Hey everyone, welcome to another exciting adventure. Today, Audio Novel presents, A Science Journey, by SenatusAlpha. Wait, don't forget, supporting authors like SenatusAlpha is what keeps these amazing stories alive. Show some love for their incredible work. Author's Patreon link in description. And if you're looking for more amazing stories, don't forget to check out my Patreon page. Your support helps turn incredible tales like this one into fully immersive audiobooks. Join me on this journey, and together, we can bring more stories to life. Thank you for being part of the adventure. Let's begin. Chapter 41, The Sudden Attack of the Void Miasma. Current World, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Main Quest, Eliminate Dio. Player Zuke Synchronization Level, 30%. Please continue advancing the main quest to unlock further synchronization. After awakening his stand, Blackbird, Zuke's synchronization rate immediately reached 30%. Clearly, the system deemed that with Zuke's newly awakened stand, his chance of defeating Dio had risen significantly, hence a sudden 20% boost in his synchronization rate. Back in the Dragonball world, his synchronization rate had only been increasing incrementally by a fraction of a percent each time, so getting this much at once in the JoJo world left Zuke a bit unaccustomed to it. With his stand now in hand, Zuke's first step was to test its power, as it would be crucial in his eventual showdown with Dio. Testing indoors wasn't a good idea, as it could disturb others, so Zuke made his way to the alley behind the inn, though he was starting to get tired of alleyways. But it was unavoidable, there were few people in alleyways, after all. Let's test Blackbird's strength, starting with a punch. Zuke summoned Blackbird, a pitch-black humanoid stand that appeared beside him. Under his command, Blackbird picked up a brick from the ground and gave it a light squeeze. Crack! The brick crumbled in Blackbird's hand as effortlessly as a piece of green bean cake, showing just how strong it was. Yet, something didn't feel quite right to Zuke. This power of Blackbird's felt oddly familiar. Could it be? He turned to the nearby wall, an abandoned, makeshift barrier of stacked bricks slathered with cement, with no special purpose. In other words, it wouldn't matter if it was destroyed, making it a convenient test dummy for his strength. Let's try punching the wall together with Blackbird. Zuke took the right side, while Blackbird took the left. In the next moment, both fists smashed into either side of the wall simultaneously, their terrifying force reducing the structure to rubble, scattering stones everywhere. Zuke squinted at the debris on the ground, quickly realizing something. So, Blackbird's strength doesn't actually come from its own power, it's a perfect sync with my own physical strength. Zuke clenched his fist firmly, and Blackbird did the same. It was now clear to him that both his fist and Blackbird's were brimming with immense strength. This was certainly good news for Zuke. If Blackbird's strength were limited like other stands in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, its maximum power would barely be enough to tear down a building. While the Star Platinum stand is regarded as the pinnacle of stand power in JoJo, it wouldn't fare well in the Dragonball world, it wouldn't even make it through the first arc. If Blackbird's power was capped at that level, it would essentially serve as an extension of Zuke, able to attack spiritual entities but not much else. In JoJo, a stand that merges with its user usually grants enhanced abilities, but that's not necessarily true for Zuke. But now that Zuke understood Blackbird's power synchronized perfectly with his own, it meant that as Zuke's strength grew from the Dragonball world, Blackbird's strength would increase in tandem. Blackbird had become a near-perfect duplicate of his own strength. As long as he had Blackbird, Zuke was practically fighting with double the power, a massive advantage in same-tier battles. In the hands of an ordinary person, Blackbird's stats would be low, matching their modest physical capabilities. But with Zuke, Blackbird's potential was vast. As long as Zuke's power continued to grow, Blackbird's power could follow suit. This way, at least when it comes to strength, Dio and his stand, the world, aren't an issue anymore. I just need to avoid his time stop and land my punch on his head. Turning back towards the inn, Zuke began to contemplate how to approach Dio. To Zuke, Dio's vampire regeneration was nothing significant. If he could damage Dio's brain enough, he could shatter his consciousness, leaving him unable to recover in time. Once Zuke's punch connected with Dio's head, it would likely shatter most of his brain, and whether he could recover from that was questionable. Compared to Dio, Zuke was more concerned about Dio's subordinate, especially his disturbingly loyal follower, Vanilla Ice, whose stand, Void Miasma, had bona fide spatial powers. In many stories, spatial powers are truly terrifying, often bypassing any defense. Even Zuke couldn't take him lightly. At this thought, Zuke stopped short. The entrance of the inn he had checked into was just ahead, but something felt off. Through his key perception, Zuke sensed an anomaly. When he left, there had been numerous key signatures inside, but now the inn felt completely empty. Having honed his key perception to perfection over the past few days, Zuke was certain he wasn't mistaken. It was as if all key signatures within the inn had vanished. Either everyone, including the innkeeper, had left in the brief time he'd been away, or everyone was dead. Cairo was home to Dio, and Zuke had recently bought an arrow from Dio's subordinate, Enya. In the original story, Yoshihiro Kira managed to leave Egypt with the arrow, but it seemed things wouldn't go as smoothly for him. Blackbird. At Zuke's call, Blackbird appeared instantly, picking up a rock from the ground and hurling it forcefully into the inn's slightly ajar door. With Zuke's replicated strength, Blackbird's throw created a fierce friction sound as the rock flew, disappearing midair inside the inn. Seeing this, Zuke immediately understood who his opponent was and quickly sidestepped. The next moment, a wave of force grazed past him, leaving a smooth, hemispherical indentation in the spot where he'd stood, as if it had been designed that way. Speak of the devil. Zuke examined the smooth indentation. This type of attack could only result from someone erasing a spherical section of space from the area. And the only one capable of such a feat was the one he had just been on guard against, Dio's subordinate, Vanilla Ice. And his spatial erasure stand, Void Miasma. To be continued, Chapter 42, As Long as Your Fists Are Hard Enough. Your name, it's Zuke, right? In the void, a deep male voice slowly echoed out, and under Zuke's gaze, a devilish-looking head gradually emerged in midair ahead of him. This head was part of Vanilla Ice's stand, Void Miasma. The lower half of the stand's body was twisted, shoved into its own mouth. The ability of Void Miasma lay in that gaping mouth, which connected spatial locations and could consume spherical areas of space through this mouth, resulting in a spherical deletion effect. Within the mouth of Void Miasma, Vanilla Ice's face slowly emerged. He concealed his real body within the stand's mouth space, making it impossible for others to attack him. Now he had poked his head out and was addressing Zuke, seemingly trying to apply pressure on him. But Zuke understood this was just Vanilla's way of observing his position. Vanilla, hiding his true body in his stand's mouth, couldn't see the outside world and had to stumble around like a headless fly. So, if he wanted to launch a precise attack on a target, he had to first poke his head out, see his target's location, or anticipate their movements, and then command his stand to rush over and delete the space in that area. Did you see that from the hotel register? Vanilla was confirming Zuke's position, but Zuke was likewise confirming Vanilla's. Vanilla's stand was indeed troublesome, but if he seized the moment Vanilla's head poked out to attack, he could end it. At this moment, Vanilla hadn't yet been transformed into a vampire by Dio's blood, so he could appear in sunlight. But this also meant that if Zuke struck his head, Vanilla wouldn't survive. Vanilla calling his name was actually Zuke's oversight. Just now, he instinctively signed his real name in the hotel register. This had led to Vanilla now knowing his name. But it was no big deal, he only had to kill Vanilla here to prevent any report back. Next time, he'd learn his lesson and use a fake name. That's right. You bought the arrow from Enya, so I came to check on you. If you're not a threat to Lord Dio, you can leave. Vanilla's voice carried a trace of coldness, and his gaze at Zuke was filled with a flicker of anger. But the moment I saw you, I could tell, you harbor deep malice toward Lord Dio. I don't know if you're with the Joestar crew, but I must eliminate you. So that's it. Zuke now understood. Originally, Kira Yoshihiro had also bought an arrow from Enya, and Vanilla had likely observed him from the shadows too. But Kira Yoshihiro didn't know Dio or the Joestar family, so Vanilla deemed him harmless and let him leave Egypt. But Zuke was different. Zuke knew Dio, and Dio was his target to kill. Vanilla, Dio's fanatical follower, had somehow sensed it. To most, this might seem strange, but Vanilla Ice in the original story had displayed an unusual obsession with Dio, even to the point of willingly decapitating himself for Dio's sake. For him to sense others' malice toward Dio wasn't entirely unbelievable. Zuke could even understand it. Zuke, I'll tear you apart and bring the arrow back to Lord Dio. After uttering his threat, Vanilla locked his gaze on Zuke's position, then withdrew his head, and void miasma vanished from Zuke's sight. But Zuke knew that void miasma had only disappeared in appearance. In reality, it was charging toward him from another space. If it struck him, his body would be deleted. Moreover, void miasma wouldn't necessarily come at him in a straight line, it could strike from the left or right. So Zuke had to determine its trajectory to avoid its path of deletion. For most, at this moment, it would be a gamble, choosing one of three directions: left, center, or right. But Zuke was different. He simply raised his hand and slammed a fierce punch into the ground below. Boom. The ground shattered under his terrifying punch, revealing a massive pit. Zuke's body fell into the pit as he looked upward. Whoosh. Sure enough, the next instant, the sound of space being deleted came from directly above him, and void miasma's head appeared, with Vanilla's face emerging from its mouth, checking if it had struck Zuke. However, Vanilla clearly hadn't noticed Zuke now lay beneath him. Blackbird. In an instant, the black stand manifested before Zuke, delivering a brutal punch toward the void miasma above, aiming squarely for Vanilla's head in its mouth. What? However, Vanilla had sensed it just in time. The moment void miasma appeared, he felt the empty space beneath him. Glancing down, he saw a massive pit. From the pit's shape, it was clear it had been smashed open with brute force. And within the pit, Zuke was visible, with his stand, Blackbird, positioned directly beneath void miasma, its giant fist about to strike his face. Fear surged through Vanilla. He knew that if struck by this stand's punch, his head would be obliterated, much like the spaces deleted by void miasma. Driven by sheer terror and his heightened awareness of danger, he quickly pulled his head back into void miasma's mouth. His real body was safe, but void miasma's body couldn't retreat back into the other dimension in time. Thud. Blackbird's punch landed squarely on void miasma's shoulder, instantly tearing the stand's body apart, and Vanilla's scream echoed from its mouth. Arg. You bastard. In the next moment, Vanilla, enduring the pain, commanded void miasma to self-consume again, disappearing from Zuke's sight, retreating back into the alternate dimension. But lying at the bottom of the pit was an arm and a leg, not Vanilla's limbs, but fragments of void miasma, shattered by Blackbird. So the stand's parts were broken. Since the stand's injuries transfer to the user, Vanilla should now be missing an arm and a leg too. Zuke glanced at the remnants of void miasma at his feet, frowning as he looked at where void miasma had disappeared. Too bad I didn't finish him off in one punch. He escaped into the other dimension. No problem, the second punch will settle it. To be continued. Chapter 43, Unable to Satisfy Lord Void Miasma. Damn it, who is this guy? How could he make such a huge crater with one punch? Could he be a vampire like Lord Dio? Inside the void miasma, Vanilla's left arm and leg were broken. He gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with hatred toward Zuke, as he struggled to comprehend and fear the immense strength Zuke displayed when he punched a massive crater into the ground. To him, ordinary people shouldn't have such power. He saw it clearly. Zuke only summoned his stand while attacking, meaning that the crater was created by Zuke's own strength. Only a vampire like Dio could possess such superhuman physical strength. But even for his revered Lord Dio, honestly, Vanilla wasn't entirely confident Dio could match that level of power. His rational mind told him that even as a vampire, Dio wouldn't be able to create such a crater with one punch. However, his admiration for Dio prevented him from doubting his lord's power. No matter what he is, he's destroyed this body that lives solely for Lord Dio. I'll erase him completely. He quickly brushed aside these thoughts, replaced by deep-seated anger. He roared, controlling the void miasma as it spiraled toward Zuke. True, hiding within the void miasma's mouth prevented him from observing the outside world with his own eyes, making it difficult to accurately gauge his opponent's position or land a decisive attack. But as long as he carved a large circle in space by spiraling inwards like a mosquito coil, he would trap his opponent within his space deletion. It was as if he had constructed a circular wall of space deletion, continuously compressing this wall inward, making it impossible for anyone trapped within to escape. Seems like he's really been pushed into a corner, attacking me this way so quickly. Standing in the crater, Zuke quickly noticed that the surrounding space was frenetically spiraling inwards, deleting massive sections of cement and other objects, which vanished into a different dimension. Nearby, a fire hydrant was half deleted, sending a spray of water shooting out. Part of a phone booth had been erased, revealing its inner mechanisms, and trees by the street were cut in half, collapsing to the ground. Vanilla clearly didn't care if ordinary people noticed the devastation left in his wake. After all, he had already slaughtered everyone in the hotel, showing his total disregard for human life. In the original story, Polnareff, one of the main protagonists, struggled to find a way to counter this technique. But Zuke was different. He knew how to break free from this spiraling space deletion. His physical strength far surpassed Polnareff's, and, unlike Polnareff, whose foot was half deleted in the original, Zuke was unscathed. With a powerful leap, he could reach a height where Vanilla's deletion wouldn't touch him. Vanilla likely anticipated this. However, he had surely realized that Zuke possessed enormous strength and could leap very high, so he might have prepared to prevent an airborne escape. Space deletion really is a troublesome ability. Zuke narrowed his eyes as he observed the spherical deletion zone drawing spirals in the air, steadily approaching him. He then looked down at his feet. Beside him lay a severed arm and leg from void miasma. Normally, these stand parts would be meaningless to Zuke, since a stand is merely a manifestation of mental energy and lacks physical substance. But Zuke felt something faintly intuitive. He looked at his companion, the blackbird, who seemed to respond to his thoughts, bending down to pick up the severed arm and leg and placing them into its own pitch-black body. Disappear, Zuke. Buzz. The next moment, the spherical space deletion reached Zuke's position, erasing a ball-shaped pit from where he stood, a hole even slightly larger than the surrounding deleted area. Perhaps Vanilla's hatred toward Zuke had caused the deletion field to grow slightly larger as it wiped out his location. Is he gone? Has he been completely deleted by void miasma? The figure of void miasma reappeared as the space deletion ended, though it looked more battered now, missing an arm and a leg that it had consumed within its mouth. Vanilla panted heavily, looking around from the mouth of void miasma, front, left, right, back, even above and below, but found nothing. It seemed Zuke had truly been erased, leaving not a trace, but Vanilla knew that his last attack had hit nothing at all. The essence of void miasma's deletion is to consume space with its mouth, meaning that the deletion is, in fact, a process of eating. Vanilla could clearly tell if his stand had actually bitten anything. Soon, however, he noticed something black lingering in a spot where his spiral deletion had previously passed. Remaining curled inside void miasma's mouth, Vanilla floated over and saw what it was. It was a black, humanoid figure, reduced to only the lower half of its body, a sight that Vanilla recognized. Zuke's stand, the blackbird, was an all-black humanoid stand. So that's it, when I was spiraling toward him, he was already cut in half. Seeing this, Vanilla felt a wave of relief. With Zuke's stand severed in two, Zuke's fate was as good as sealed. Though his final bite had hit nothing, that was likely because Zuke's upper body had already been deleted earlier. Injury to a stand synchronizes with the user's own body. His void miasma had been smashed, costing him an arm and a leg, and he still felt the lingering pain. Humph, damn Zuke. Although I couldn't kill him in his most miserable state, his strength was indeed formidable, so perhaps this outcome is for the best. Vanilla poked his head out once more. He seemed so sure of Zuke's demise that this time he extended his entire neck out of void miasma's mouth. It looked as if he was approaching that half of a black figure, wanting to get a good look at the defeated form of Zuke's stand. Even though he didn't know where Zuke's body had been flung, seeing his stand's gruesome state was satisfying enough for him. To be continued. Chapter 44, Blackbird, Void Miasma. Thank you, Vanilla Ice. Just as Vanilla strained his neck to get a better look at the dead body of Blackbird, a hand suddenly shot out from the void, clamping firmly around his throat. With an expression of panic, he was forcibly yanked out from within the void miasma. The strength was overwhelming. Vanilla's own efforts to resist were useless, as futile as a bug trying to escape a human's grasp. The gap was insurmountable, and Vanilla, already missing one arm and a leg, was at an even greater disadvantage. This is. Under Vanilla's terrified gaze, the base of the hand that emerged from the void slowly revealed a mass of black material. This substance expanded, gradually taking the form of Blackbird. Meanwhile, Zuke stepped forward from Blackbird's shadow. The hand gripping Vanilla's throat was none other than Zuke's right hand. Without question, Zuke only had to apply a bit of pressure with his right hand, and Vanilla's neck would snap, much like a chicken's neck twisted by a Guangzhou resident. T/N. Guangzhou residents are people who live in Guangzhou, China, which is the capital of Guangdong province. Guangzhou is the fifth most populated city in China, and is known for its commerce, trade fair, and finance. Yet what Vanilla was more concerned about was the way Blackbird had appeared. Your stand's ability, is it? So you've figured it out. Yes, it's the power of your own void miasma. Zuke's face twisted into a malicious smile. Driven by instinct, he had Blackbird devour part of void miasma's limb into its own body. Then he understood, his stand, Blackbird, wasn't just a blank slate copying his own power, it was a stand capable of devouring entities to acquire their abilities. After consuming a part of void miasma, Blackbird had gained the ability to connect to alternate dimensions. Now, Blackbird could execute spatial deletion and use dimensional spaces to hide Zuke's real body. Naturally, Blackbird could also consume its own form into an alternate dimension, disappearing from others' sight altogether. How? I saw Blackbird's lower half. Bloodshot, Vanilla stared intently at a nearby severed black form, the lower half of Blackbird's body. That black lower half had convinced Vanilla that Zuke was dead, which was why he had lowered his guard, extending his neck, only to be grabbed by Zuke. What? Don't even recognize the people you killed. With a cold sneer, Zuke had Blackbird fling the severed blackened form before them. It was only now that Vanilla saw the truth, this blackened lower half was soaked in black ink. This is the lower half of the innkeeper you killed. His body and a few bottles of ink on the counter were dragged out by the gust of wind when you sliced through space at the inn entrance. Zuke regarded Vanilla with calm indifference. You were hiding inside the void miasma, unable to see outside. I used the ink to stain his lower half black and tossed it nearby to lure you out. Vanilla's face turned ashen, he had indeed mistaken the blackened lower half for Blackbird. When he thought he had killed Zuke, Zuke had, in fact, hidden within Blackbird, using the void miasma's power, waiting for him to expose himself. This can't be, such an ability. Vanilla's eyes widened as he glared at Blackbird behind Zuke, instinctively resisting the idea of such a power. Yet it was a fact, Zuke had just emerged from Blackbird. Although Blackbird now wielded void miasma's ability, it did so differently. Unlike void miasma, which engulfed Zuke by mouth, Blackbird allowed Zuke's body to merge directly into it, like blending into his own shadow. This scene undoubtedly confirmed that Blackbird had indeed acquired the void miasma's power. Vanilla wanted void miasma to erase Zuke and Blackbird, but his air-starved brain was losing function as his throat remained gripped. With his vision blurring, he had no strength to control his stand. Void miasma struggled to lift a hand behind him but soon went limp. Thank you, Vanilla Ice. You helped me discover Blackbird's true power and gifted me the crucial ability of spatial deletion. I'll remember your contribution. Zuke stared coldly at the pale-faced Vanilla Ice. His assumption was now confirmed, Vanilla hadn't yet been turned into a vampire by Dio. Now, I'll use a familiar power to deal with you, Blackbird Cream. Blackbird extended its hands, grasping Vanilla's head. In an instant, spatial distortion surged forth. You bastard. Vanilla let out one final, furious roar, realizing his ultimate fate. Buzz. In the next moment, the force of spatial deletion took effect, causing Vanilla's body to vanish instantly, leaving behind only a few severed limbs on the ground. If one were to piece together these remnants, it would become clear that Vanilla's body had been erased by a spherical spatial void, with smooth, curved stumps marking where he'd been severed. Even with Vanilla dead, his stand hasn't fully dissipated. After completely dealing with Vanilla, Zuke looked toward void miasma. Vanilla's strange stand had not yet vanished but floated idly in place. Similar instances were seen in the original, like how Fatty's stand held out just long enough after his death to deliver clues about the killer. Well then. Blackbird, devour it. Perhaps after fully consuming it, you'll obtain a more complete ability. Following his waste not principle, Zuke directed Blackbird to devour the remaining fragments of void miasma. With each bite, Zuke felt his grasp on spatial deletion deepen. Vanilla Ice was Dio's loyal servant, one of the most troublesome henchmen at his side. Normally, his presence would make fighting Dio significantly harder. Watching Blackbird finish consuming void miasma, Zuke thought carefully. By killing Vanilla early, my main quest progress should advance as well. In the next moment, Zuke opened the system panel, and indeed, the sync rate on the panel had changed again. Current world, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Main quest, eliminate Dio. Player Zuke's power sink, 50%. Please continue progressing on the main quest to unlock power synchronization. To be continued. Chapter 45, Cleaning Up the Aftermath. Now this is what we call making progress. This is real progress. On the first day of entering the JoJo world, it took about 4 hours to push the synchronization rate up to 50%. In comparison, the synchronization rate in the Dragon Ball world only reached 1% after 2 days, such a huge disparity. However, the 40 battle power points synchronized from the Dragon Ball world proved invaluable in this fight against Vanilla. Without that strength, I couldn't have punched through the ground to dodge the space erasure, nor could I have broken Vanilla's arm and leg with a single strike. And I wouldn't have been able to yank Vanilla out of the subspace like pulling out a chick. With enough battle power, many troublesome abilities can be countered. Pure strength and speed can help avoid many forms of damage. So while Zuke might seem to be complaining about the slow synchronization rate in the Dragon Ball world, he actually wants more of it. What a mess. Vanilla didn't care about the surroundings at all. Zuke looked around at the chaotic scene. The battle had taken place right outside the inn, so the commotion was bound to have attracted attention from afar. However, he couldn't leave just yet. He needed to find the inn's guest registry. It still had his name on it. If he didn't get rid of the registry, Dio's minions could trace his name from it. Earlier, Vanilla's subspace miasma had been circling the inn's entrance, erasing space around it, which created intense pressure waves that sucked a lot of the inn's contents outside. It was like standing by train tracks. If a train passes by, the change in air pressure pulls things toward the tracks. The high-speed space erasure of Vanilla's miasma caused a similar effect, scattering a mess of objects across the ground. But this effect also conveniently pulled out the innkeeper's half-torn corpse, giving Zuke the idea to use the body to lure Vanilla in. In a way, Vanilla set up his own trap. Got it. It wasn't shredded by the subspace miasma. Glad I didn't take my chances. After a few minutes of searching, Zuke found the registry next to the sliced-in-half phone booth. Whether by luck or something else, the registry hadn't been fully erased by the miasma, just a corner, like it had been clipped with scissors. Zuke opened the registry, tore out the page with his name on it, and tossed the book on the ground. He had briefly thought, with so much shredded by the miasma, maybe the registry was destroyed too, but luckily he'd checked anyway. Sensing people approaching, Zuke summoned his blackbird, merged his body into its dark shadow, and finally had it slip into the subspace, disappearing from sight. The subspace miasma's ability to conceal him in a hidden dimension was indeed a highly effective way to evade detection. Dio. Lord Dio. It's my fault. An hour later, in Dio's mansion, Enya was kneeling before him, her face full of terror as she pleaded with him in a wretched, panicked voice. The tragedy at the small town inn on the outskirts of Cairo had already reached Dio and Enya's ears. What looked like a horrific massacre at the inn should be the concern of Cairo's police, not Dio and Enya. But the feedback from the scene described a mystery. The ground seemed as if it had been carved by a highly sharp, spherical object, and nobody could find where the missing chunks of cement had gone. It was unmistakably the work of Vanilla Ice's void miasma. And now, Vanilla Ice hadn't returned. He'd clearly fought at the inn's entrance, yet hadn't returned to Dio's side. For Dio's fanatical devotee, this was nearly unthinkable. The only explanation was that Vanilla Ice was dead. No matter how fanatically he worshipped Dio, a dead man couldn't return to pay his respects. Hearing this, Enya was naturally the most terrified of all. Vanilla's mission had been to monitor the location of the arrow she sold and ensure it wouldn't bring trouble to Dio. The outcome was obvious. The youth who obtained the arrow was indeed a massive problem. Upon awakening his stand, he'd killed the terrifying Vanilla Ice. Vanilla is dead. Such a pity. He was so loyal to me, a truly useful subordinate. From his bed, shrouded in shadow, Dio's voice was low and emotionless. Before encountering the Joestar family, Dio was always calm and cold-hearted. Only when he encountered the Joestars did he become increasingly unhinged, unlike his usual, solitary demeanor. Raise your head, Enya. Vanilla's death is unimportant. What's important is the boy who bought the arrow from you. What information do you have on him? Though Dio regretted Vanilla's death, he wouldn't mourn it. After all, Vanilla was merely a subordinate, and he wouldn't feel sorrow over a subordinate's death. What truly concerned him now was the boy Enya mentioned who had bought the arrow, Zuke. Enya had told him that the youth who bought the arrow had an Asian appearance, which made him think of the Joestar family headed to Egypt. Kojo Jotaro, for instance, was Japanese, so this Asian-looking youth might be connected to him. I don't know. Enya's face showed panic and anxiety, fearing Dio's anger. For the worshipful Enya, losing Dio's trust was a devastating blow. Though she had sold the arrow to Zuke, she indeed knew nothing about him. In fact, Vanilla's mission had been partly to gather more information on Zuke for her. Vanilla had succeeded in confirming Zuke's name from the registry. But he hadn't been able to report this before Zuke killed him. Later, although someone did find the IN's registry, Zuke's name was already removed, leaving Dio and Enya with nothing to go on. As for fingerprint identification, well, it was the 80s. Zuke knew this well, which was why he didn't worry about leaving his fingerprints on the registry. To be continued. Chapter 46, The biggest obstacle is finding the person. This isn't it either. Damn it, which house is Dio's? Standing in the middle of Cairo's city center, Zuke looked at the house in front of him, a cheap hat from a roadside stall covering most of his face, his expression filled with frustration. After dealing with Vanilla Ice, Zuke began searching for Dio's residence. But once he started, he realized there were so many similar houses in the city center of Cairo. To avoid being recognized by Enya, Zuke wore the hat, casting a shadow over most of his face. This way, Dio's other subordinates, who only knew him as an Asian boy, wouldn't recognize him. But even with a good disguise, it didn't mean much, as his main mission wasn't hide from Dio's minions for 4 hours, it was to defeat Dio. The problem was that he'd already spent hours wandering around Cairo's city center. Seeing that the 8 hours in JoJo's world were almost up, he still hadn't found Dio's house. It couldn't be helped, there were too many similar-looking houses in central Cairo. Dio's mansion style wasn't particularly unique, and the streets were lined with similar houses. And Zuke couldn't confirm which houses actually had Dio inside. The only thing he could do was to stealthily use his Blackbird, Void Miasma ability to sneak in and check. Since Blackbird, Void Miasma, deletes space while moving through it, he had to control it carefully to avoid accidentally removing any load-bearing beams. After all, he was here to find Dio, not to demolish the Cairo city center. With such a cautious infiltration approach, his progress was predictably slow. After more than 3 hours of searching, Zuke had only managed to inspect about 10 houses that looked promising, none of which had any sign of Dio. In the original story, the main characters found Dio's house with the help of a perceptive dog, Iggy. But Zuke didn't have a dog's nose or the Joestar bloodline, which could sense Dio's presence from afar, so searching for Dio's mansion was driving him crazy. Zuke was now incredibly eager to eliminate Dio. One reason was to complete the main mission and bring his Blackbird out with its full strength. Another was his envy of Dio's stand, the world. Time Stop, though capped at 9 seconds in the original story, is a powerful ability in battle. In Dragon Ball, time stopping is also a valuable skill for fighting above one's level. Goldo of the Jinyu Force used a few seconds of time stopping to mix in with elite warriors despite his low power level. In Dragon Ball Super, Hit from Universe 6 relied on his time skip, which affected only fractions of a second, to become his universe's most feared assassin. It's clear how strong this ability is. After all, this is a power from a battle manga, not a comedy series, otherwise, time stop would probably have no limits. Now that Zuke knew Blackbird could gain powers by devouring others' fragments, he definitely planned to consume Dio's stand, the world. As for consuming Dio's own fragments, Zuke thought about it and decided against it. Dio's powers come from his vampiric abilities, and if Blackbird consumed it, it would probably gain only some extra regenerative power and the weakness of sunlight. While a vampire's body is stronger than an ordinary human's, it's insignificant for Zuke, who now has Dragon Ball as his foundation. Besides the world, Zuke also wanted to devour some of the abilities of Dio's other subordinate stands. For example, the mist-like stand, Justice, which Enya, the woman who sold him the arrow, wielded. He'd quite like to have that power. However, he'd just visited the market, only to find Enya's shop abandoned. She must have hurried off to meet Dio after his orders. After all, her connection to Vanilla Ice's defeat wasn't insignificant. Dio might have summoned her to question her or extract more information. But without finding Dio's mansion, all of this is useless. Zuke sighed deeply, standing in the middle of the street. Who would have thought that the main obstacle to defeating Dio wouldn't be strength but finding him? With his immense power and the space deletion ability of void miasma, Zuke could definitely eliminate Dio, but he just couldn't find him. Time is running out. In just over 10 minutes, all my efforts here will go to waste. I can't wait until everything I've earned goes to zero before facing Dio. With a pained expression, Zuke looked at the timer on his interface, showing he'd been playing for 7 hours and 47 minutes. In 13 minutes, he would trigger the anti-addiction system, which would erase all his progress in this world. Although the anti-addiction system wouldn't force him to leave, he couldn't confront Dio with a zero-game debuff. Defeating Dio and then losing the mission because of a zero-sync penalty would be a huge loss. Forget it, I don't have enough time left to search another house. After standing there for a moment, Zuke decided to exit this task world. If I happen to find Dio in the next house, it would be even more troublesome, and there might not be enough time to kill him. Though exiting now would mean only a 50% synchronization rate with JoJo's world, taking only half of Blackbird's power, it was still enough. Even with only half of its strength and void miasma, Blackbird would be a strong ally. He wanted JoJo's stand power mainly to enhance his mental and spiritual strength, so he'd achieved his goal. Once he was out, he should be able to see evil spirits, and with Blackbird's help, he'd be able to deal with them. Maybe he could even help Miko Yatsuya clear some of the spirits haunting her school, so she wouldn't have to live in fear. Shin was always there to look out for his classmates. Chapter 47, 50% stand power. Transitioning to Shin. After his 8 hours of in-game sleep ran out, Shin woke up directly in his bed. However, he was startled by a shadow beside him the moment he opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a sinister spirit was standing by his bedside. Much like the spirit seen by Miko Yatsuya, this dark specter had a twisted form, barely resembling a human, as if composed of tangled black lines. Sensing that Shin was looking at it, the spirit suddenly turned its head toward him. It was only then that Shin figured out where its head was. "Can you see me?" Shin didn't bother replying. He simply summoned Blackbird behind him and threw a punch. The specter's form shattered instantly, crushed into pieces by Blackbird's strike. These spirits might look intimidating, but they only pose a threat to ordinary people. As long as one has a way to hit them, Shin's strength could easily deal with them. Didn't expect an actual spirit in my home. Damn, could this place be a haunted house? Watching as the spirit dissolved into a cloud of black mist and vanished, Shin's expression became slightly complicated. When he left the game, he had wondered if his stand would allow him to see spirits in the real world. He even suspected he'd encounter one soon. It happened sooner than expected. The first spirit he saw was in his own room. Spirits typically come from lingering souls of the deceased and are more commonly seen on the streets. Finding one in his own room, Shin could only suspect that this house might have originally been haunted. Alternatively, someone might have died here long ago, and then a house was built on the site, trapping the spirit inside. After checking every room in the house and confirming that no other spirits were present, Shin finally relaxed. Even though he was sure, thanks to Blackbird's recent attack, that spirits posed no real threat to him, having too many around would still feel unsettling. In fact, just having one spirit around was already quite unpleasant. The Blackbird I brought into the real world. Shin glanced at Blackbird, floating behind him. Blackbird wasn't a stand with a mind of its own, it moved solely by Shin's will. Due to the 50% sync rate with the JoJo world, Blackbird's strength was slightly reduced to around half of Shin's own power. But even half that power was still strong enough. Just now, Blackbird's single punch was too much for the spirit to withstand. An Blackbird, Void Scrape. Under Shin's control, Blackbird reached out and picked up a teacup from the table, activating the Void Scrape ability acquired from Vanilla Ice. Buzz. With Blackbird's hand at the center, a spherical area of space was erased. The teacup in Blackbird's hand vanished without a trace. Although only 50% of the stand's strength was synchronized, its spatial ability seems almost unaffected. Maybe spatial abilities have a constant effect. Watching the teacup disappear, Shin pondered. While Void Scrape is a powerful spatial skill, it has a limitation: it can only erase space at close range. Void Scrape's spatial deletion centers on itself, erasing a spherical area, and Blackbird naturally inherits this trait. In contrast, the stand space bomb from Part 4 can delete space from a distance with a swipe, potentially making it more practical than Void Scrape. Though Space Bomb can't hide someone in a pocket dimension, it's otherwise an upgraded version of Void Scrape. That reminds me, I wonder what happens after completing the main quest in this world. Will a new main quest appear? Thinking of Part 4's stand ability sparked Shin's curiosity about what happens after completing his main quest. If everything goes as expected, the main quest of JoJo Part 3, defeating Dio, should be completed within the next couple of days. But will the JoJo world remain unused after that? Maybe a new main quest will appear. That will only be known after the current one is completed. Shin, you look a bit tired. After arriving at school, Shin sat in his usual seat. Almost immediately, Megumi Kato, who sat in front, turned around and looked at him with curiosity. Do I? Shin froze and touched his face instinctively. He didn't feel tired at all, so he wasn't sure how Megumi noticed. Well, it looks like you were fighting your way to school. Megumi smiled and offered an oddly accurate description. Hearing this, Shin couldn't help but recall his commute to school. Indeed, he encountered several spirits on his way. Some were merely wandering on the roadside, but a few oblivious ones approached him directly. They kept asking, "Can you see me?" and even reached out to him. One of them even stuck out its tongue. Unable to bear it, Shin used Blackbird to punch each one, with the tongue-wagging one erased by Void Scrape. Fortunately, Blackbird could use Void Scrape with its hand, not its mouth. Otherwise, he'd find it really off-putting. So, in a sense, he was indeed fighting his way to school, though it was the spirits on the receiving end. Megumi, are you perhaps some sort of medium? Because of her uncanny description, Shin couldn't help but wonder if Megumi had seen something on her way to school. What do you mean? Megumi tilted her head, seemingly oblivious to the precision of her previous words. Her expression revealed no additional emotions, and after a long moment of eye contact with Shin, she showed no sign of embarrassment, simply staring back at him. Ultimately, Shin broke eye contact, not out of shyness, but because he had summoned Blackbird behind him. Blackbird brought a spirit from the playground, yet Megumi continued looking at Shin, without reacting to Blackbird or the spirit. So Shin chose to believe that Megumi was still just a regular girl, then looked away and instructed Blackbird to crush the spirit it had brought. To be continued. Chapter 48, Quite a busy weekend. Today was another peaceful day. Shin spent nearly the entire day studying and chatting with Megumi Kato. Interestingly, Akagi didn't come to bother him today. It seemed Akagi was anxious about his date tomorrow. Seeing his expression made Shin feel amused. Such peaceful moments were what Shin needed, a break from the tension he felt in the Dragonball and JoJo worlds. The tranquility here allowed him to unwind a bit. If he were fighting in the Dragonball world, then fighting in the JoJo world, and still had to battle in the real world, who could handle that? By the way, are you free this weekend, Shin-chan? As the school day was ending, Megumi Kato turned around to ask Shin. Since the weekend was just around the corner, many students in the class were already making plans to hang out. With his enhanced senses from Ki, Shin's hearing had also significantly improved. Even without trying, he overheard various classmates' plans to go out and have fun over the weekend. However, what surprised him a bit was that Megumi Kato also asked if he was free this weekend. Was she planning to invite him out? Shin stroked his chin, realizing he was getting more chances to interact with girls lately. That angel of healing in the online game could also be considered a girl, and she was planning to ask him to play games over the weekend. Even if it's just for gaming, it's still a date, right? Well, I do have some things planned for the weekend. Unfortunately, while Megumi rarely invited him, Shin's weekend was already booked with Yukino Shida. Although he was closer to Megumi than to Yukino, he had already agreed to help Yukino, and he wasn't one to go back on his word. This weekend, he'd let Yukino take the lead. Do you need something, Megumi? If you need help, I might be able to find some time on Sunday. Of course, Shin wasn't sure if Megumi was asking because she needed his help, so he added the offer. Saturday would be packed, but on Sunday, he'd only be going to the Kendo dojo with Yukino, which shouldn't take too long. If he wanted, he could still make plenty of time to spend with Megumi on Sunday. I see. If you're busy, that's okay. Maybe next time. Megumi's expression remained calm. It didn't seem like she was too disappointed about not being able to meet up with Shin, but what she truly felt was anyone's guess. Before Shin could exchange more words with her, Shizuka Hiratsuka, who routinely came to the classroom to make announcements after school, spoke up. Shin, come to my office after school. Huh. Shin was caught off guard. It was his first time being singled out by Shizuka Hiratsuka. Normally, he kept a low profile at school, and even if a girl confessed to him occasionally, his responses were always mild. If he had to define his role, he was a reasonably handsome, above-average student, nothing extraordinary. Although Shizuka Hiratsuka cared about her students, it wasn't enough to meddle in the life of a student who stayed out of trouble. So being called in like this was unexpected. You're here. After school, Shin opened the door to the teacher's office, finding Shizuka Hiratsuka waiting for him. Yes, I'm here. Is there something you need, Miss Hiratsuka? Shin nodded, glancing around the room. Other than Shizuka Hiratsuka, the office was empty. It looked like the other teachers had gone home. Some teachers also worked as club advisors, so they might have gone to their clubs. On his way to the office, Shin had tried to recall if he'd done anything recently that warranted being called in, but he couldn't think of anything. He believed he'd acted normally and hadn't written any overly sentimental essays or anything. Shizuka Hiratsuka was a caring teacher, but Shin didn't think he was someone she'd need to single out for special attention. You and Yukino have been getting along lately. With Shizuka's question, Shin immediately realized why she'd called him in. It was about Yukino Shida. While Yukino was an excellent student, her personality had always been a concern for Shizuka, so she'd kept a close eye on her. Seeing Yukino's solitary behavior, Shizuka had thought of many ways to help her, but nothing seemed to work. Recently, however, she'd heard that Shin and Yukino were spending time together. Although she knew the soccer team guys probably exaggerated, they likely hadn't made it up out of thin air. So, Shizuka had called Shin here to understand what was going on between him and Yukino. Oh, so that's what it's about. Shin understood and, without hiding anything, explained how Akagi had brought him to the service club, and how Yukino had roped him into her scheme. After listening to Shin's story, Shizuka understood the situation better. As she suspected, the soccer guys had exaggerated. Shin and Yukino weren't quite at the about-to-start-dating stage they'd hinted at. To Yukino, Shin was more like a temporary assistant helping her fulfill her club requests. While Yukino's intention with the service club is to help others, she doesn't mean to manipulate everything herself. Shizuka understood Yukino's character well. She was perceptive about people, and Yukino's older sister was also someone she had ties with. This plan is less about helping Akagi pursue Tamiya, and more about nudging them to change their personalities. Hearing this, Shin pondered for a moment. It made sense. Yukino's goal seemed to be less about achieving specific outcomes for others and more about helping them grow along the way. The final outcome of Akagi and Tamiya's relationship might not matter as much to Yukino. What she truly cared about was whether they could overcome their self-limiting behaviors during the process. But Yukino has her own personality issues to deal with, doesn't she? While Shin now understood Yukino's deeper intentions, he couldn't resist making a comment. She was trying to help others grow, hoping that Akagi and Tamami would open up more, but wasn't she the same way? That's why I'm concerned about her relationships. Shizuka nodded, agreeing with Shin's observation. To others, Yukino's solitary behavior made her look like an aloof beauty. But to Shizuka, it was simply a self-defense mechanism for someone with a solitary personality. Though, it seems like you and Yukino get along well, nothing like the issues I'd anticipated. Glancing at Shin, Shizuka's face held a hint of approval. If she were paired with someone with a similar temperament, they might argue more often. But maybe your personality complements Yukino's. To be continued. Chapter 49, Shared Umbrella. After confirming the relationship between Shin and Yukino Hiratsuka Shizuka let Shin go. It didn't play out like in the original story, where Hiratsuka pressured Hikigaya Hachiman to join the service club. Since Shin didn't exhibit problematic behavior, he wasn't a problem child in need of reform through club activities, unlike Hikigaya. However, Hiratsuka was a little curious to see if Yukino Shida's personality might change because of Shin. Leaving the office, Shin returned to the classroom to grab his bag and head home to play video games. The classroom was nearly empty. Even the class monitor had completed their duties and left while Shin was talking to Hiratsuka, which surprised him. It seemed like lately, the monitors had been slacking more, even leaving the blackboard partially cleaned, which explained their early departures. But as he reached his desk, Shin realized he wasn't alone. Back already. Megumi sat quietly at her desk, smiling up at Shin as he entered. To be honest, if not for the ordinary setting of the classroom, Shin might have felt like he was seeing a girlfriend waiting for a boyfriend to return. Though he studied her expression, he couldn't quite figure out what she was thinking. "Yeah, I just spoke with Ms. Hiratsuka for a bit. Why are you still here?" Shin nodded, grabbing his bag and curiously glancing at Megumi. She didn't belong to any clubs and rarely socialized with other classmates, so she typically went home right after school. Could she have been waiting for him? "Didn't you notice, Shin-chan? It's raining outside," Megumi said, lifting her right hand slightly to show a folded umbrella she held. "Did you bring an umbrella, Shin-chan?" Shin blinked, looking out the window. Since his seat was by the window, he saw the light drizzle that had started. Outside, some students with umbrellas walked toward the school gates, while those without umbrellas ran out with their bags over their heads. Actually, even if he didn't have an umbrella, Shin could avoid getting wet by using his Blackbird aura to shield himself. Besides, he had an umbrella in his bag. "Looks like I forgot it." Still, since Megumi had waited here just for him, he felt that admitting he had an umbrella would spoil the moment. "Well, I guess there's no other choice then," Megumi said, smiling knowingly, as if she'd expected this answer. "I brought an umbrella, so let's share it and head out together." Even with his heightened sense of energy perception, Shin couldn't read her thoughts, as if everything was unfolding exactly as she'd planned. However, based on techniques he knew from the Dragon Ball world, there were ways to read minds using ki, a technique both Master Roshi and Son Goku had shown. But Shin didn't know any of these turtle school techniques yet, nor did he think it was appropriate to use them on Megumi. As they walked together to the school gate, Shin noticed something odd. Megumi's subtle presence seemed to make him blend into the background, so much so that no one greeted him on their way out. Usually, he would exchange a nod or hello with classmates, but today, a few he knew walked past him without a glance. Shin didn't mind, though. "Which way is your house, Shin-chan?" At the gate, Megumi opened the umbrella, a bit small, but enough for the two of them to share. In Japan, walking together under a shared umbrella is called an ai gasa, and it often implies a romantic bond. Occasionally, people draw ai gasa on the blackboards, pairing friends' names under it as a joke. "This way," Shin said, pointing to the left, glancing at Megumi, who should know what it meant to share an umbrella with a boy. Megumi, however, looked unfazed, as if sharing an umbrella wasn't a big deal. "Oh, that's unfortunate, my house is in the other direction," Megumi said, pointing right. They looked at each other in silence, surprised their routes were opposite. But after a moment's thought, Megumi suggested, with an uncharacteristic decisiveness for most girls, "Then I'll walk you home first, and I'll head back afterward." "Huh? Isn't that a bit odd?" Shin hesitated. It was hardly traditional to have a girl walk him home. If anything, he should see her home and then return with her umbrella, bringing it back on Monday since tomorrow was Saturday. "This is my umbrella, so let's go with my plan," Megumi said, meeting his eyes with a rare firmness that left Shin no room to argue. What else could he do? Shin accepted her suggestion. Fortunately, his apartment wasn't far from school, so they reached it in just over 10 minutes, chatting along the way. "This is where I live," Shin said, nodding toward the apartment building. This was the first time he'd walked a classmate home, and Megumi was the first girl to learn where he lived. Out of courtesy, he reflexively asked, "Would you like to come up?" Though just a polite remark, Shin was surprised when Megumi, instead of turning him down, nodded earnestly. "Then I'll take you up on your offer." Chapter 50, Preparing for the Harvest. "Sorry, we don't usually have guests over, so there's no tea or soft drinks, only water." Shin placed a glass of water on Megumi Kato's table, explaining apologetically. He hadn't expected that Megumi, upon his casual invitation, would come over so trustingly and follow him home without hesitation. No one else usually visits. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Shin felt that Megumi's expression brightened slightly upon hearing that he lived alone. It's fine. Water is enough, I don't really like soft drinks, anyway. Shin couldn't tell if this was Megumi's actual preference or just a considerate gesture to avoid making him feel bad. There's not much to do around here, and I don't have family or siblings. Shin sat across the table, watching as Megumi sipped her water slowly. But you should be more cautious, Megumi. A girl your age shouldn't be so quick to accept an invitation from a guy. It's fine, I'd only agree if it were you, Shin-chan. Megumi gently shook her head and looked at him calmly, saying something that could easily be misunderstood. Had Shin's mental age not been more mature, he'd likely be blushing from her words right now. After all, hearing something like that at his age wasn't typical. Ahem. You know, words like that are easy to misinterpret. Shin cleared his throat, trying to dispel his slight embarrassment. But isn't this out of your way? Coming here might take a while, wouldn't your family worry? They won't, she said, waving her phone at Shin, showing him the chat window on her screen. My family trusts me, and no one usually notices me anyway, so there's no worry about any danger. Shin remembered seeing Megumi on her phone when they came in. It looked like she'd informed her family just then. He wasn't sure if she'd told them she was going to a guy's house, but if they were still comfortable with it, then her family was indeed quite trusting. Shin-chan, do you always live alone? Setting down her glass, Megumi looked at him with curiosity. Although they'd been talking a lot recently and gotten to know each other somewhat, they hadn't delved into personal details like family matters. Yeah, I've been alone as far back as I can remember. Shin answered plainly, with no trace of sadness. He'd arrived in this world alone, with money and a place already waiting. I see. Sorry. Megumi apologized immediately, as politely as anyone from Japan typically would after finding out someone was an orphan. It's nothing to feel sad about, living alone has its perks. Shin shook his head. One day, you'll probably live separately from your family too. I've just gotten there a bit earlier. Maybe a little early, she teased, relieved by his unconcerned response. But I do sometimes think about it, having a space of my own. Although she had her own room at home, it was still under her parents' oversight. Like most young people, Megumi had moments when she wished for more freedom. Now that I think of it, does Shin-chan's place have any spare rooms? Shin raised an eyebrow at her question, as it seemed to come out of nowhere. Well, yes. This apartment was designed for multiple occupants, so there's a guest room and a second bedroom. He took a sip of water and nodded. They haven't been used in a long time, though, so they're probably quite dusty. I see. Megumi nodded, smiling faintly as if something had crossed her mind. Half an hour later, Shin watched as Megumi left his place. Despite her accepting his invitation so easily, Shin hadn't expected much beyond that. They'd only known each other a few days, and he figured that if he wanted to develop things further with Megumi, there was plenty of time. Rushing things and scaring her off would do more harm than good. Although Shin had a lot of power, he preferred to unleash it in the mission worlds rather than in real life. If he let his desires loose in both realms, he'd just be a beast driven by his impulses. In reality, his powers mostly just made life more comfortable, they weren't for becoming some ruthless monster. In the mission world, though, he could let go a bit more. Enjoying both battle and the day-to-day was the only way to live a balanced life. Tonight's mission world was likely the JoJo world. If everything went according to plan, he'd complete the main storyline there. With the void miasma ability he'd acquired, Dio was no longer a threat to Shin. Covering himself in ki, Shin could endure a full 9 seconds of Dio's attacks without taking damage. And Shin could use his punches or spatial rifts with void miasma to deal actual harm to Dio. In fact, the threat of void miasma was even greater than Dio's, and Shin had already taken care of that last night. A mini-boss like Vanilla Ice accounted for 20% of the main storyline progress toward defeating Dio, which showed how much the system acknowledged his threat level. As Dio's die-hard fan, taking up 20% of the mission progress for his defeat. Vanilla Ice, you can be proud of that, can't you? To be continued. Chapter 51, The High School Girl Squatting on the Street Corner. Angel of Healing, you've been logging in later and later recently. Everything okay? After Megumi Kato left, Shin logged into the online game as usual, only to receive a message from the Angel of Healing. Due to entertaining Megumi Kato, Shin logged in a bit later than usual, which the Angel of Mercy immediately noticed. Zuke, a friend came over, so I spent some time with her. What's up? You even have my login times memorized. Shin didn't hide it from her, after all, they were separated by a screen. There was no way the Angel of Healing could do anything with the fact that he had entertained a friend, right? Still, it seemed this Angel of Healing really admired his skill if she remembered his usual login times. From another angle, it was clear she was quite the online gaming addict, paying such close attention to a teammate's login times. One wonders if she's ever this dedicated in real life. Angel of Healing, you do seem busier lately. Are you seriously turning into a normie? Don't. If so, I'd be losing a powerful teammate. The game Shin was playing was a classic Japanese MMORPG with both pay-to-win and skill-based elements. Due to family reasons, Shin didn't spend money on the game, relying solely on his skill, so the Angel of Healing hoped he'd remain her teammate. Zuke, not a chance. Gaming is one of the few hobbies I have, so I'll definitely keep playing. In the past, gaming was Shin's only hobby, but now he had a new source of excitement. That was the dreamlike, infinite horror VR game. After experiencing a few battles, Shin had to admit that online games just didn't compare to real combat. Late into the night, after dazzling his online teammates with impressive moves enhanced by his powerful reflexes, Shin logged out of the game, satisfied. The combat skills he'd synchronized from the Dragonball world had given him an all-around boost. His reaction speed was now quick enough to catch a bullet, making games feel like a piece of cake. Though he had no intention of bringing his violent combat skills into reality, it wasn't like he had to keep pretending to be weak, either. The enhanced strength helped him improve his everyday life. Well, it's time to freshen up and rest. Let's aim to clear JoJo's world tonight. Standing up, Shin headed to the bathroom before jumping back into the JoJo mission world. With his stand, Blackbird, and the spatial ability, Void Miasma, there was no longer any significant threat left for him in JoJo's world. His only obstacle now was locating Dio's mansion. With 8 hours ahead and 4 hours already spent narrowing down locations yesterday, there wasn't much ground left to cover. He was sure he'd find Dio's mansion within these 8 hours. Just as he was about to head downstairs, Shin noticed a massive dark shadow slowly moving along the street through his window. It was a gigantic spirit. For an average person, the sheer presence would have been overwhelming. Of course, for Shin, such a spirit posed no threat. If he wanted, Blackbird could punch it to dust in one go. That morning, on his way to school, he had shattered several spirits using Blackbird, learning that despite their intimidating appearance, they were surprisingly easy to dispel. Though he wasn't sure if they were inherently fragile or if his combat power had simply made them seem that way. Should I deal with it? Honestly, seeing such a massive spirit wandering around didn't initially make Shin want to intervene. After all, spirits were everywhere in this world, he'd already passed several on his way to school. If he dealt with every single one, he'd have no time left for anything else. However, when he saw the spirit stop in the street, he decided to take action. He was a bit of a neat freak, and having such an unpleasant entity right outside his window wasn't exactly comfortable. He enjoyed his life in this everyday world. If he ignored it, tomorrow when he opened the window to greet the sunrise, he'd see this ghastly spirit in the street below. That would likely ruin the good mood he'd get from clearing JoJo's world. Okay, honestly, he was looking to blow off some steam too, so this spirit might as well be a punching bag. Since it was already late, and the streets were empty, Shin couldn't be bothered with the stairs and just leapt out of the window. With a controlled use of his ki, he landed without making a sound. The stand, Blackbird, was fused within him. The night sky was misty with drizzle. Although he'd take a bath later, he wasn't fond of getting soaked. So, Blackbird activated Void Miasma, and the rain within a spherical radius around Shin vanished, sucked into a dark alternate dimension. From a distance, it looked as though a protective sphere had opened up in the rain. If someone captured it on camera, it would probably be uploaded online as an urban legend. With his hands in his pockets, Shin strolled toward the enormous spirit, ready to finish it off. But just then, he heard the spirit speak. "Can you see me?" That was their usual trick. They'd ask each person they encountered if they could see them. If the answer was yes, they'd attack, If not, they'd move on to the next target. Initially, Shin thought the spirit was addressing him, but upon closer inspection, it was facing forward. Curious, he peered around it, only to find a girl squatting at the corner of the street. She had long black hair, wore a high school uniform he didn't recognize, and her expression was one of dejection. She didn't have an umbrella and looked like she might have run away from home. She squatted in the corner, apparently unaware that a massive spirit was looming over her, asking if she could see it. To be continued. Chapter 52, Picking Up a High School Girl. The existence of evil spirits is visible only to a few, and even Shin could only see them after obtaining his stand. The high school girl crouching in the rain on the street corner clearly couldn't see it, so the monstrous spirit's voice didn't make her look up. "You can see me." The giant spirit didn't seem willing to give up on pestering her, so it spoke again, hoping for a response. However, the girl continued crouching, looking despondent, like an abandoned pet, without any reaction to the spirit. Eventually, realizing that the girl couldn't see it, the spirit gave up and turned to leave. If nothing unexpected happened, it would likely go on to pester the next person it saw. But just as it turned, a fist descended with a powerful blow. Compared to the enormous spirit, the fist was modest, about the size of an ordinary person's. Yet, it contained immense power, ripping the spirit's body apart instantly, forcing it to emit a horrific scream. Under Shin's cold gaze, the spirit shattered, dissolving into black smoke and vanishing into the air. These spirits might be large, but they were fragile, breaking with just one punch from his stand. Originally, he thought using them as punching bags would be a good way to vent some excess energy, but it seemed even these spirits were unqualified for that. Looks like only Dio from the JoJo universe could serve as a proper punching bag. Although it was just a simple punch, it was one with 40 combat power. While it didn't create enough noise to disturb the nearby residents, the girl crouching on the street clearly heard the near-sonic boom. She looked up, surprised to see Shin. She seemed puzzled about why there was a guy out on the street in the middle of the night without an umbrella. Why is a girl out on the street in the middle of the night without an umbrella? Before she could question him, Shin asked her the same thing. Realizing her situation, she suddenly noticed that she had little room to judge him, as her own actions were rather strange too. A high school girl, sitting in the rain on a deserted street at night, it wasn't exactly the norm, was it? The girl seemed unaccustomed to conversation. She opened her mouth but soon closed it again. Shin took a look at her. She was quite pretty and, by all logic, probably popular at school. Of course, it was also possible that she attracted trouble because of her looks, perhaps leading to bullying. In Japan, such cases were quite common. Many bullies, fearing being bullied themselves, would join in bullying others. Regardless of what's going on, if you keep sitting here in the rain, you're bound to catch a cold. Shin, while aware of her beauty, wasn't the type to be moved by it. Out of kindness, he reminded her, thinking she might get into trouble if she stayed there in the middle of the night. Otherwise, he'd likely have to answer some questions later. Go home early. Don't wander outside in the middle of the night. Shaking his head, Shin turned to leave. He still had to deal with Dio tonight and didn't have time to waste with a clueless high school girl. After taking one step, he sensed something, canceling the void mist enveloping his whole body and shifting it to deflect only the rain above his head. The next moment, a small hand reached out and grabbed the edge of his coat. Fortunately, with his key sense, Shin could sense people's movements around him, so he withdrew the void mist just in time. Otherwise, that little hand might have been severed and vanished into another dimension. Please wait. It was the girl who held his coat. Seeing him about to leave, she seemed to muster up the courage to grab him. If he really wanted to walk away, she wouldn't have been able to stop him, but he paused, curious to hear what she wanted to say. In this mundane world, Shin didn't want to act too cold. If it wasn't too troublesome, he didn't mind listening. Of course, if it were too much trouble, he'd still ignore her. Just because he didn't want to seem cold didn't mean he was willing to play caretaker for a stranger. Could I stay at your place for the night? Just one night, please. He heard her trembling voice behind him. The request sounded unusual no matter how he heard it. Are high school girls really this open nowadays? Or was there something deeper going on? Shin turned to look at her, seeing her nervously biting her lip. Judging by her expression, she didn't seem to be a loose girl. This was likely her first time making such a request, which explained her hesitation. Perhaps she was in a difficult situation. When he first saw her, he suspected she might have run away from home, and that could very well be the case. Just to check, you're not a young lady escaping an arranged marriage, are you? Though he found it unlikely, he still asked out of curiosity. What kind of light novel setup is that? The girl reflexively retorted, then seemed to realize it was an odd reaction and withdrew a bit. Not that, huh? Well, then taking you in shouldn't cause any trouble. Shin stroked his chin. His question stemmed from the fact that in many stories, taking in an unknown girl often led to a parade of bodyguards bursting in the next day, yelling, "Release the young lady." Sometimes, it would even involve the Yakuza. Not that he was afraid of such scenarios, but they were troublesome. But it seemed he was overthinking it. This girl probably had no such background. Letting her stay one night shouldn't be an issue. What's your name? My name is Seo Ajiwara. P.S. Don't worry, she just ran away from home. I'm not into used goods. But as long as she hasn't turned into that, it should be fine, right? I am not into used products, you know. To be continued. Chapter 53, Shin wants to be a good person. Excuse me. There's no one else at home, no need to be so formal. Bringing the high school girl named Seo Hajiwara inside, Shin entered his house and quickly returned with an unopened towel. Here, dry yourself off with this. You're soaked, take a bath in a bit. Seo Hajiwara, a bit flustered, accepted the new towel from Shin, nodding hastily. Although the towel was new, the packaging looked a bit old, suggesting it had been in the cabinet for quite a while, unused. Since Shin rarely had any visitors, especially overnight ones, the towels he kept for guests were just gathering dust. Today, for the first time, 2 high school girls had visited his place in succession, something teenage boys would likely be envious of if they knew. Just a moment ago, he had mentioned to Megumi Kato about his extra bedroom, and now, it was coming in handy. The bathroom is over there. If being all wet is uncomfortable, go ahead and take a bath. I'll find you a fresh bath towel. Shin pointed toward the bathroom, then went to fetch a clean bath towel for Seo Hajiwara. He still had to tidy up the guest room, it hadn't been used in a while and had accumulated dust. But thanks to his stand, Blackbird, Shin didn't need to lift a finger, he could leave the cleaning to his stand, which was quite convenient. I didn't bring a change of clothes. However, after Shin pointed to the bathroom, Seo Hajiwara lowered her head and admitted a bit shyly. Clearly, her decision to run away from home had been impulsive, leaving her unprepared. She only carried a small backpack with a few belongings. The small bag obviously couldn't fit much, so she hadn't packed any spare clothes. This fit the classic profile of a first-time runaway youth, realizing too late that they'd forgotten things. Shin looked at Seo Hajiwara, momentarily speechless. Even though she said that, there obviously weren't any clothes for girls in his house. It's not ideal, but you'll have to make do with some of my clothes for now, is that okay? The only solution he could offer was to dig out some of his own clothes that he rarely wore and hand them over to Seo Hajiwara. As for brand new clothes, those weren't an option. Living alone, he couldn't afford to buy clothes just to leave them unworn at home. Thankfully, Seo Hajiwara seemed to understand her current situation and didn't have any room to make demands. She nodded and took Shin's clothes to the bathroom. This part was rather refreshing, as she didn't show the spoiled, difficult behavior typical of girls pampered at home. After seeing her enter the bathroom, Shin headed to the guest room to prepare it for Seo Hajiwara's stay that night. Blackbird. At his command, his pitch-black humanoid stand appeared, duster in hand, sweeping away the dust in the guest room. All the airborne dust was absorbed by the void miasma, and soon, the room was spotless. It looked like this void miasma had potential as a cleaning assistant. One could only imagine how the deceased Vanilla Ice would react if he knew that Shin thought of his stand this way. I'm ready. After Blackbird finished cleaning the guest room, Seo Hajiwara's voice came from behind him. Shin had already sensed her approach through his key, but since Seo couldn't see his stand, he didn't immediately dismiss Blackbird and instead turned around to look at her. Wearing his clothes, the white t-shirt looked very loose on her, hanging down almost to her knees. This kind of loose-fitting t-shirt had a name, the boyfriend t-shirt look, which generally happened when girls wore their boyfriend's clothes. One had to admit, it was rather endearing. With the loose t-shirt, the fresh scent of her recent bath, and her naturally attractive face, most guys would find it hard to resist. Finished your bath? The guest room is ready for you too. But Shin remained calm. Though he did find Seo Hajiwara's current appearance somewhat tempting, he wasn't the type to rush things, so he acted naturally. Setting the duster on the nearby cabinet, he pointed to the freshly made bed and said, "You can sleep here tonight." Here. Seo Hajiwara glanced around the guest room, her expression a bit tense. Does Shin-kun usually sleep here? During their walk back, they had introduced themselves, so Seo Hajiwara already knew his name. Me. I sleep in my room upstairs. I don't sleep here. Raising an eyebrow, Shin clarified that his apartment was a two-story unit, with his bedroom upstairs, while the room on the first floor was for guests. What? Do you want to sleep with me? This was, of course, a joke. It was only their first meeting, after all, there was no way they'd share a bed. Even though it was a slightly edgy joke, since he was giving her a place to stay, she likely wouldn't mind. But after saying it, he noticed that Seo Hajiwara had lowered her head, her cheeks turning red, and she didn't respond. Seeing this, Shin rubbed his temples, feeling a bit troubled. You didn't actually think of it that way, did you? From her reaction, Shin guessed that Seo Hajiwara probably had prepared herself to share his bed if needed. In her mind, there was no way someone would let a stranger stay in their home for nothing. Since he was willing to let her stay, she assumed he must want something in return. And with no money, only a few small items in her bag, and nothing of financial value, she concluded that the only thing she could offer him was her body. Honestly, that wasn't an unreasonable assumption. Most people wouldn't take the risk of letting a stranger stay without expecting something in return. What if it was a trap? But Shin had no such intentions. He simply wanted to help her out for the night out of kindness. Just because he had strength didn't mean he had to abandon his humanity. Shin liked to think of himself as a good person. But with Seo Hajiwara acting like this, it seemed she wasn't going to let him stay a simple good guy. To be continued. Chapter 54, suddenly, it became not so innocent anymore. In the end, the guest room went unused, rendering the effort of Blackbird, who had spent over 10 minutes cleaning it, pointless. But Blackbird was only Shin's substitute, lacking any self-awareness, so even if the cleaning was in vain, there'd be no complaints. As for why the guest room wasn't needed. Phew. Shin pulled up his pants and looked at Seo Hajiwara, now sound asleep on his bed, with a slightly conflicted expression. Sigh, I wanted to be a good person, but someone didn't give me the chance. It was Seo Hajiwara's first time doing something like this, so she hadn't lasted long before falling asleep in tears. When Shin found himself in a reflective state, he wondered whether she had fainted or simply fallen asleep. But since he couldn't figure it out, he gave up thinking about it. Initially, Shin hadn't wanted to do something that could be seen as taking advantage of a favor owed. However, Seo Hajiwara seemed firmly set on repaying him. Even though Shin tried to refuse, he couldn't, and eventually, they had their first experience together, though not without some reluctance. Looking back, he suspected that Seo Hajiwara's complicated family background had shaped her somewhat awkward personality, making it difficult for her to accept someone's goodwill without feeling the need to give something back. So, even if it meant offering her own body, she felt she had to do something in return. This mistrust of others suggested that Seo Hajiwara probably hadn't had an easy life. Previously, Shin had thought that with her appearance, she might belong to the popular crowd, similar to Yumiko Miura from their class. But now, it seemed likely that Seo Hajiwara had been among those bullied. Her school uniform wasn't from the private Toyosaki school but from somewhere else. She had likely wandered around quite a bit before ending up here. She had probably had some money initially, but it was all used up today, which is why she'd been sitting on the street nearby, wondering what to do next. Then, Shin had found her and brought her back. Who would have thought my first time would be with a high school girl I just met today? Shin sat on the bed, absent-mindedly stroking Seo Hajiwara's long hair. It was quite smooth, fitting the image most people have of a beautiful girl's hair texture. After this incident, Shin reconsidered his earlier decision slightly. Originally, he had planned to let Seo Hajiwara stay in the guest room for one night and then go on her way. But now, it seemed like he'd have to let her stay longer. Given her unusual sense of values, sending her off penniless might mean her days would become quite tough. Whether it was out of concern for a beautiful girl or because they had now developed a physical relationship, Shin couldn't just let her wander off on her own. Though I bet Megumi didn't expect someone else would move in so soon. Lying down with his hands behind his head, Shin saw Sao Ajiwara shift slightly in her sleep, instinctively moving closer to him, pressing her soft skin against his. She still appeared to be asleep. Her movement was merely an unconscious reaction, possibly because she felt insecure and sought the proximity of someone she had just shared an intimate moment with. This means I'll need to buy Sao some daily necessities, clothes and other things. This is going to cost money. As Sao's body drew near, Shin closed his eyes, pondering what to do next. Sao was essentially out of money, with her only valuable possession being a cell phone, so naturally, he'd have to cover her other needs. Until now, living alone, he had enough savings to last him until he graduated high school. But with Sao added to the picture, those savings might not stretch as far. He had thought he wouldn't have to worry about money for the time being, but now it seemed he had been too optimistic. Oh well, with my current abilities, there are plenty of ways to make money, no need to worry about that. Closing his eyes, Shin sighed softly. With a power level of 40 and his substitute, Blackbird, there was no one in this ordinary world who could pose a threat to him. If he couldn't find an easy way, he could always take a stroll through the underworld. The Yakuza in Japan were legal, and finding them here was much simpler than Cairo's underworld. Even in the face of guns, he could catch bullets barehanded or even show off a chest-breaking bullet trick using his energy. For a force-oriented underworld, Shin could easily treat the Japanese Yakuza as his own ATM. There's no need to worry about this world's problems. Let's focus on finishing the tasks in the mission world. With that thought, Shin drifted off to sleep, only, unlike Sao Ajiwara, when he slept, the Infinite Terror VR game began. Honored Zuke, please select the mission world you want to enter. 1. Dragonball. 2. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The familiar mission world selection screen appeared, with the same 2 worlds listed. His synchronization rate with Dragon Ball World had unlocked 1%, allowing a second world to be unlocked. However, although his synchronization rate with the JoJo world had reached 50%, the third mission world remained locked. Seems like the second world was a beginner's perk, and unlocking the third world will be trickier. Shin mused to himself. Do I need to increase a world's synchronization rate to 100% to unlock the next one? If that were the case, it wouldn't be too challenging. Tonight, he intended to complete the main mission in the JoJo world. Thanks to the high potential of the Dragon Ball world, even sinking a bit of strength allowed him to dominate weaker worlds. The JoJo world had its own advantages, though. At the very least, stand abilities were far more varied than Dragon Ball's energy. His Blackbird stand could acquire many unique abilities through devouring. Abilities like time-stopping, for instance, would be incredibly difficult to learn in Dragon Ball, but in JoJo, he could acquire it simply by absorbing Dio's stand, the world. What was a grueling battle for the main characters of JoJo Part 3 was now a non-issue for him. Well then, let's head into the JoJo world. Having selected his target world, Shin's mind fully slipped into the mission world. Tonight, he would seek out Dio, smash his head, consume his stand, and gain the power of time-stopping. Not even Pucci could stop him, he'd make sure of that. To be continued. Chapter 55, The Method to Find Dio. Transitioning to Zuke. Upon opening his eyes again, Zuke found himself standing on the edge of a Cairo street. Technically, he should have appeared out of nowhere on the street, but the passers-by seemed oblivious to his sudden presence. It was as if he had always been standing there, with everyone instinctively ignoring him. Though it wasn't explicitly explained, Zuke understood that this was likely a protective mechanism for entering the mission world. However, this effect would only last a moment. Once he was fully integrated into the mission world, others would notice him. Aware that this world was filled with bizarre stand abilities, some potentially aimed at ambushing him, Zuke immediately summoned his stand. Blackbird, Void Miasma. A shadowy, humanoid stand emerged behind Zuke, then transformed into a shadow that enveloped his body, eventually merging into the shadows of nearby buildings and vanishing without a trace. He arrived undetected and departed in silence. The Void Miasma, power acquired from Vanilla Ice, not only excelled in spatial attacks but also made for excellent concealment. Using Blackbird's Void Miasma, Zuke moved through the streets, occasionally peeking out to observe his surroundings. Compared to his arrival in the mission world the day before, the streets were now teeming with police officers, armed and patrolling. This was likely a tactic from Dio and his subordinate Enya. They probably intended to use the police to track down Zuke. As for how they managed to command these officers, there were plenty of methods, whether through money or Dio's ability, they could easily manipulate the police. In fact, Dio could even take it a step further. By inserting his hand into a person's neck, he could manipulate their actions by controlling their blood. Such actions that might expose him did not concern Dio in the slightest. As a vampire, he considered himself superior, indifferent to the lives of lowly humans. However, Dio clearly hadn't realized that Zuke had gained the void miasma ability, allowing him to remain perfectly hidden. The police wouldn't be able to locate him. Dio was completely in the dark about Zuke's powers, whereas Zuke knew all about Dio's abilities, making defeat seem inconceivable to him. Not here either. Could my luck really be this bad? After yet another unsuccessful search of a mansion, Zuke emerged from the backyard, looking visibly frustrated. An hour had passed since he entered this mission world. With the experience from yesterday, he moved faster through the mansions today. However, even after an hour, none of the mansions he searched had any connection to Dio. This made him start doubting his luck. If he were in the Type Moon world, he might have a luck stat of E, right? He wondered if he would eventually encounter the Type Moon world in future missions and just how abysmally low his luck truly was. This won't do. I can't keep searching aimlessly like this. I may not have Iggy's nose, but I'm not completely without leads today. After coming up empty-handed at yet another mansion, Zuke finally had enough. Continuing like this would mean wasting another 8 hours today. Since his luck wasn't helping, he'd have to rely on his brain to offset it. Although today's situation seemed similar to yesterday's, there was one noticeable difference on the streets. Yes, it was the police scouring the streets for Zuke. The police had clearly received strict orders and were searching frantically, questioning anyone resembling an Asian person. Luckily, they hadn't been this aggressive yesterday. All Zuke needed then was a simple hat for a disguise. Today, though, he'd lose that hat in no time. Moreover, the police were carrying a drawing, most likely a sketch of Zuke's face. Although he hadn't left any images behind, Enya had seen him, so creating a sketch wouldn't be difficult. While the police's random targeting of Asians forced Zuke to stay fully concealed in Blackbird's form, it also presented him with an opportunity. If they were searching for him so fanatically, couldn't he plant false information to trace it back to Dio's hiding place? With this plan set, Zuke began selecting a target on the street and quickly settled on a police officer. This Cairo officer not only acted alone but was also incredibly aggressive, using violence on anyone who resisted even slightly. Zuke even witnessed him harassing women. Clearly, this guy was a scumbag. Perfect for passing along false information. Keeping his eyes on the officer, Zuke stayed hidden in Blackbird's shadows and trailed him. Finally, after 10 minutes, the officer entered a deserted alley, another alley. Zuke was growing tired of alleys. But the officer wasn't there to follow any lead, he simply took off his pants and relieved himself in a corner. As soon as he finished, a powerful force struck the back of his head, pinning him to the ground with Zuke's foot, rendering him immobile. Disgusting. I really didn't need to see that. Zuke stepped out of Blackbird's shadow with a look of disdain. To the officer, who couldn't see the stand, Zuke's body seemed to materialize, forming from a foot into a complete figure. You're... The officer recognized Zuke as the Asian man they were frantically searching for, though his words halted as a sharp pain exploded in his head. Zuke exerted a slight amount of pressure, making the officer feel as though his skull was about to shatter. I didn't give you permission to speak. Unless you want your head smashed open. Zuke pressed his foot down on the officer and said coldly, now, contact your superior and tell him you found me. Say that I'm hiding, near the Cairo Tower. Given the 1980s setting, the Cairo Tower, built in 1961, certainly existed. The reason for this fake location was simple: the high pedestrian traffic around the Cairo Tower would make an arrest difficult. Once the police received this intel, they'd undoubtedly report it. But they wouldn't report it to any higher authority. They'd report it to Dio. To be continued. Chapter 56, A Substitute's Chest Attack. In Cairo Tower, huh? I see. Enya chuckled softly. At the police station, Enya listened to the police chief's report and, having received the update, turned and left the office. Just as Zuke had predicted, the police combing the streets were acting on her orders. By leveraging her stand's power and a hefty bribe, she had managed to get the Cairo police to diligently assist in the search. Enya was Dio's loyal follower, viewing him as the only master worth serving. Due to her negligence, the arrow had fallen into the hands of a dangerous man, who had even killed Vanilla Ice, who had been sent to investigate. Although Dio hadn't expressed it, Enya believed her master was surely disappointed in her, and she felt the need to make amends. The only way to compensate was to capture that unknown man, break him down completely, and deliver him to Dio. Not long after handling the police, Enya received good news. A police officer, using a sketch, confirmed that the man was indeed at Cairo Tower. However, given the large crowds around the tower, the officer reported the sighting instead of attempting an arrest. The police chief had no issue with the officer's decision. Capturing someone in such a crowded area risked innocent lives, which could jeopardize his own position. Though Enya's intimidating power and substantial payment had prompted his cooperation, he didn't plan to involve himself in the arrest. Enya hadn't expected these useless officers to actually capture them in any way. All she needed was his location, and she would handle the rest. Before doing so, she decided to report the news to Dio, so he'd know she was making up for a failure. Being Dio's loyal devotee, Enya's thoughts revolved solely around him. After informing Dio, Enya planned to head to Cairo Tower herself. With her stand, justice, she'd kill the man, or maybe, breaking his limbs and leaving him for Dio would be better. She didn't care about the collateral damage her stand might cause. In the original story, she had even slaughtered an entire town just to ambush Jotaro Kujo's group, manipulating the corpses as her puppets. After leaving the police station, Enya went to a large estate in central Cairo and entered. "Oh, back so soon, Granny Enya." A tall man with green, spiky hair, with tattoos on his forehead and chin, greeted her at the entrance. "Found anything?" Lord Dio's growing impatient. This man was Talents T. Darby, also a stand user, who had only recently joined Dio's ranks. A mocking smile played on his face, irritating Enya. "Out of my way, Talents," she snapped. "I've found the man's trail. Move aside, or you and your brother will both suffer the consequences." Seeing her anger, Talents shrugged and stepped aside, letting the furious Enya pass. Comparing his tall frame with Enya's small stature, her need to take several steps to match one of his looked almost comical. "Humph, just a feeble old woman," Talents muttered, watching her go. He felt something faint brush past his face, but dismissed it as nothing more than a gust from the open door. In the mansion's hall stood another short man, Kenny G, whose stand, tenor sax, created realistic illusions whenever strangers entered Dio's mansion. But he knew Enya, so he didn't activate his stand, merely watching her climb the stairs to Dio's room on the top floor. Enya was familiar with the path. She had climbed these stairs countless times to report to Dio. Yet, as she neared the top floor, she froze. At the head of the stairs stood Dio, his silhouette shadowed against the window. Enya stopped in her tracks, unsure why he was waiting outside his room. "Stop where you are, Enya." Dio's cold voice made her halt immediately. She had placed all her loyalty and trust in him, so she obeyed without question. "Lord Dio, what's wrong?" "I've discovered the whereabouts of the men who bought the arrow and came to report." She had no reason to doubt that this was truly Dio. At his feet lay a woman, almost devoid of life, her neck punctured with bloodless holes, a mark of Dio's vampiric power. Only Dio could have left such a wound. "Enya, how long have you served me?" he asked, seemingly out of the blue. 4, maybe 5 years." Enya stammered, surprised by the odd question but answering honestly. 4 or 5 years, yes." "Enya, you've served me well," Dio said, his crimson eyes watching her from above. "You've provided me with funds, awakened my stand, your contributions are invaluable. But this time, you brought a great threat to me." What? Before she could grasp his meaning, a terrifying force tore through her chest. She felt a coldness in her heart as her strength drained. Trembling, she looked down, only to see a black fist had pierced her chest from behind, protruding out the front. "So, you found me out," Zuke's cold voice murmured behind her. To be continued. Chapter 57, Blackbird, Justice. From the moment Enya entered the police station, Zuke had been following her closely, concealed within the miasmic shadows of his stand, Blackbird. After manipulating a hapless police officer to relay false information, Zuke asked him about the police chief's whereabouts, then waited patiently. Sure enough, Enya appeared, and upon leaving the station, she went directly to Dio's mansion without delay. This time, Zuke finally located Dio's residence, and once inside, he spotted Terrence T. Darby guarding the entrance and Kenny G standing in the hall. Both were stand users from the original manga, serving as guards at Dio's mansion entrance, further confirming that this was indeed Dio's lair. In the original story, there was also a third guard, Vanilla Ice, but Zuke had already taken care of him in advance. He then followed Enya all the way to Dio's room, his body hidden in the alternate dimension of Blackbird's miasmic shadows. Unaware of the pursuer behind her, Enya continued on. However, the miasmic shadows had a drawback. While hiding in the alternate dimension, Zuke couldn't see outside, forcing him to periodically reveal an eye to monitor the situation and ensure he wouldn't lose track of Enya. When he peeked out, a slight breeze stirred, alerting Terrence T. Darby at the door, though he ultimately failed to detect Zuke's presence. Though tempted to take down Terrence T. Darby and Kenny G's stands then and there, Zuke decided to eliminate Dio first to avoid alarming the rest. Most of Dio's stand users weren't a real threat. After dealing with Dio, he could take them down one by one, as their stands still held practical utility for him. With his impatience held in check, Zuke followed Enya up the stairs to Dio's room, where he finally encountered Dio. From Dio's words, Zuke gathered that Dio had noticed him and thus warned Enya to stay back. Realizing this, Zuke stopped hiding, emerging from Enya's shadow. Without hesitation, he commanded Blackbird to strike Enya with a punch. In this task world, Blackbird's power was inherited directly from Zuke. With a 40-point attack, Enya's body crumpled like paper. Blackbird's punch pierced through Enya's body effortlessly, leading to the current scene. How? How did you follow me? Enya's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been vigilant on her return from the police station, even activating her stand, Justice, to observe the area from above. But she had seen no one following her, not even a hint of suspicion in the smallest shadows. That's not something you need to worry about. Zuke's tone was indifferent. He had no intention of revealing his stand's power. Although Dio might have glimpsed Zuke stepping from Blackbird's shadow, he would be hard-pressed to deduce that it was akin to Vanilla Ice's Void Miasma ability. After all, the original method for hiding in the Void Miasma was grotesque, requiring the user to swallow their own body, whereas Zuke blended seamlessly into Blackbird's shadow, giving the same ability a vastly different appearance. Damn it. Kill him. Justice. Knowing her heart had been completely pierced and that she wouldn't survive, Enya had initially hoped to learn more about Zuke's stand ability. But realizing he wouldn't disclose it, her expression twisted with fury. If she couldn't survive, she wouldn't let Zuke stand before Dio unscathed. Even in death, she would leave Zuke wounded. With a furious shout, dense fog erupted from her body. It looked like an overloaded machine, but Zuke knew this fog wasn't real. If there were ordinary people nearby, they wouldn't even see it. This fog was actually Enya's stand, Justice, a misty stand immune to physical attacks due to its lack of a solid form. Enya had likely guessed from the punch that pierced her heart that Zuke's stand was a close-range power type, so she hoped to use Justice's misty body to deal a final blow. No matter how strong your power is. If you can't hit your enemy, it's worthless. Enya's voice was filled with malice, and her breath was weakening quickly, signaling her life was ending. She raised her head, hoping to see fear on Zuke's face. Instead, what she saw was a mocking grin. Enya, do you think I left your head intact and pierced your chest, giving you a bit more time, for no reason? Enya froze. Indeed, with his stand's power, Zuke could have easily crushed her skull, ending her life immediately. Instead, he had pierced her chest, leaving her with time to make a final stand. Unless, he intended for her to use her stand. Blackbird. The pitch-black humanoid stand raised its hand under Zuke's control, targeting the fog above. Within the dense mist, a faint skeletal face appeared, the manifestation of Enya's stand, Justice. In the next moment, a powerful suction emanated from Blackbird's body. The fog poured into Blackbird as if being drawn by a vacuum cleaner. My stand. Enya's face turned pale. She could feel her stand being absorbed. Zuke's blackbird was devouring her justice. In the original story, Enya had faced the protagonist Jotaro Kujo, who used his stand Star Platinum to inhale Justice's mist into his stomach, suffocating Enya. Here, Zuke had blackbird absorb Justice, perhaps reaching the same outcome by a different path. Chapter 58, Failing to break through the protagonist's armor. The mist that had just been released from Enya's body was instantly devoured by the blackbird. Rather than using a spatial erasure via the void miasma, it was the blackbird's direct devouring ability that effortlessly absorbed the mist. The mist form substitute did indeed have a significant advantage, immunity to physical attacks. But its weaknesses were just as obvious. It was highly susceptible to abilities that could absorb or influence it, with its loose misty form making it difficult to control. Zuke, however, didn't worry about the blackbird absorbing Justice and encountering this flaw while using his mist form. This was because, when using the Void Miasma ability earlier, Zuke had already confirmed that he could freely toggle any abilities gained through devouring. In other words, if someone attempted to counter the mist form Blackbird by inhaling it, he could revert Blackbird back to a solid state at any time. At that point, anyone trying to suck up Blackbird would probably have to see what it's like to take a punch from him. Impossible, my stand actually. A look of terror flashed across Enya's pale face, and the suffocating sensation overwhelmed her, causing her to instantly lose consciousness. Already on the verge of death from the hole in her chest, coupled with her stand being entirely absorbed, she struggled to breathe, and with multiple factors combined, Enya passed away with barely a struggle. Watching your loyal subordinate die just like that. Such a cold-hearted vampire. Controlling the Blackbird, Zuke swung a fist, flinging Enya's corpse off its arm. Her lifeless body, stained with blood that barely looked vital, landed by the staircase. Now he stood at the bottom of the stairs, and Dio stood at the top, a scene straight out of the iconic moment in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3. In the original work, Polnareff attempted to walk up the stairs to face Dio, only for Dio to stop time with the world and return Polnareff to the bottom, creating the illusion he had never moved. This is why, at the time, many fans jokingly referred to Dio's stand ability as stair manipulation. Of course, Zuke knew the real power of Dio's stand, the world, a powerful ability to stop time for several seconds. In Part 3's climax, Dio absorbed Joseph Joestar's blood, allowing his head and the stolen Joestar body to fully merge, extending the time stop to 9 seconds. Now, though, Dio could only stop time for about 5 seconds, right? Even so, it was powerful, but Zuke felt no threat at all. Unlike the original protagonists, Zuke had coated himself in ki, so even if Dio stopped time, he couldn't possibly penetrate Zuke's defense. Enya's usefulness has come to an end. Her incompetence brought about her own death, such was her fate. Despite Zuke's taunting remark, Dio remained posed at the top of the stairs, his expression obscured in shadow. Dio indeed displayed no concern over Enya's death. To him, subordinates were disposable pawns. Even Enya, who had provided him with the means to awaken his stand, this mansion, and various followers, was no exception. But your stand is Blackbird, correct? An interesting name. Did you come up with it yourself? Enya's topic was brushed aside so casually. Who knows what Enya would think if she knew how indifferent Dio was to her. But Dio clearly didn't care about Enya's feelings now. He looked at Zuke, speaking as if they were old friends. Your ability seems shadow-based, able to devour and contain things. Quite a power. Indeed, without an omniscient viewpoint, Dio couldn't discern the true nature of Zuke's Blackbird. After all, Dio saw his own stand, the world, as the ultimate stand, possessing truly invincible power and abilities, the capacity to control the world itself. To consume other stands and acquire their powers, an ability so exaggerated, went beyond Dio's understanding of stand abilities. He couldn't imagine it and would certainly never admit to something stronger than his own stand. My name, you should already know, Dio. Since Zuke didn't respond, Dio continued on his own. I value you. Your power surpasses Enya's. Join me, and you shall be part of the new world. This offer was in line with Dio's personality. In the original series, he invited members of the protagonist group and even spoke of becoming friends. But anyone with a bit of sense could tell Dio was just bluffing. There was no way he would see anyone as a friend. The only people Dio might truly acknowledge as friends were likely for special reasons. No need for such nonsense, right? After Dio finished his rather laughable invitation, Zuke cracked his neck and replied. I've seen how you treated Enya. Do you really think I'd fall for your crap? It was possible, though, that some would see Dio's treatment of his subordinates and still join him. According to such people, Dio was their savior as villains. Only under Dio's banner would their villainous deeds hold any value. But unfortunately, this mindset meant nothing to Zuke. He wasn't some scumbag who killed for pleasure. If he killed, it was for a reason. Is that so? The invitation failed, then. Dio lowered his head, apparently not too disappointed, suggesting that Zuke's refusal was anticipated. Then, please die. With those words, Zuke saw Dio's body suddenly vanish from the stairs. This wasn't high-speed movement. While Dio's physical abilities were superior to an ordinary person's, they were entirely insignificant before Zuke. Leaving no afterimage, Dio's action meant only two possibilities: either he had also mastered teleportation, or he had stopped time. Zuke's heart tightened. Time stop was indeed formidable. Without his awareness, Dio had already disappeared. In Dragon Ball, the Ginyu Force's Goldo could similarly affect even the strong Vegeta with time stop, despite his own lower power. But just then, Zuke felt a tap on his back, making his body jolt slightly. He turned around to find Dio behind him, an expression of disbelief on his face. His left hand clutched his right wrist, which hung limply as if dislocated. To be continued. Chapter 59, 40 Power Level, Bozo. Just moments ago, Dio had stopped time and calmly moved to stand behind Zuke. Since time stop lasted a full 5 seconds, Dio moved leisurely, but he still reached Zuke's back just as time resumed. What a pity. You killed Vanilla Ice, and your power would be much more effective if you joined me. Spending most of his time in his room, Dio seemed to have a lot he wanted to say, so even knowing that Zuke couldn't hear him during stop time, he couldn't resist speaking out loud. His desire to recruit Zuke was genuine, but since the other side wouldn't accept, he could only act decisively. A powerful stand user who couldn't be recruited had to be eliminated, especially if there was any chance he'd side with the Joestar family. Die. Standing behind Zuke, Dio threw a punch at his back, aiming to recreate what Zuke had done to Enya. He then lifted the time stop. And time resumes. Bang. As soon as time resumed, Dio's right fist landed squarely on Zuke's spine. How strong was Dio's vampire strength? Let's just say he could crush a brick with the same ease as a piece of tofu. So Dio didn't use his stand, the world, he attacked with his own hand, believing an ordinary human body wouldn't withstand the impact. The punch would break through Zuke's chest, allowing Dio to savor the taste of his blood, a wonderful thought. But that fantasy was quickly shattered by a wave of intense pain. The moment Dio's fist struck Zuke's back, instead of breaking through, he felt his own bones shatter. What? Feeling his right hand bones fracture, Dio's face showed utter shock as he hastily retreated, clutching his limp right wrist with his left, pupils trembling. How is this possible? My fist landed on him, yet he's unharmed, while my hand broke. Dio had immense confidence in his strength, but that confidence was now thwarted by Zuke. So, you attacked me. Zuke now understood what had happened. While he didn't grasp the exact situation during time stop, the strange feeling in his back and Dio's broken right hand told him everything. Not totally unscathed, you ripped my clothes. Indeed, Dio's punch did have some power. The back of Zuke's shirt had a large tear, faintly revealing his muscular back. However, this seemingly playful comment only made Dio more cautious. Does this guy's stand ability not only deal with shadows but also absorb and reflect damage? Dio could tell Zuke wasn't a vampire, so he naturally assumed the outcome was due to Zuke's stand ability. As a vampire in this world, he couldn't possibly understand the concept of a 40 power level. In early Dragon Ball, young Goku had only a few dozen power levels when taking down the Red Ribbon Army. He could take a rocket head-on without a scratch. Zuke, though not quite at that level, was still far stronger than Dio's punch, which was hardly equivalent to a bullet. My turn. Seeing that Dio seemed unwilling to attack again, Zuke raised an eyebrow and threw a punch aimed directly at Dio's head. What? Dio saw only a shadow flash before his eyes. Instinctively, he tried to stop time, but his reaction was still slower than Zuke's punch. Boom. A deafening crash echoed through the stairwell as Zuke's punch instantly struck Dio's head. With the sound of bones breaking, Dio's body flew like a rag doll. Oh no, did I kill him with one punch? Seeing Dio's body collapse limply after flying backward, Zuke froze. He hadn't expected Dio to be so fragile, he'd even held back his strength to avoid shattering Dio's head. Wasn't a vampire's body supposed to be much tougher than a regular human's? This didn't seem much stronger at all. The reason he didn't go full force and kill Dio outright was that Dio hadn't summoned his stand, the world. Zuke wanted more than just to complete his mission, he also intended to seize Dio's stand ability, the world, and its time-stop power. Cough. How can this be? What kind of power is this? Dio, who had flown down to the first-floor lobby, was filled with a fear he hadn't felt in a long time. That punch had made it clear, his fist, which had landed on Zuke, not only failed to harm him but had broken on impact. This wasn't a stand ability, it was real, overwhelming physical strength. Realizing this, Dio was even more shocked. In this world, as a vampire made by the stone mask, his strength should be unrivaled. Only another stand user could pose a physical threat to him. How could anyone, without becoming a vampire, overpower him with raw strength? What was the point of him risking everything to become a vampire? What? Lord Dio. In the first-floor lobby, Kenny G was horrified at the sight of Dio's shattered form flying down from the stairs. He had always revered Dio, yet now he was witnessing the vampire sprawled on the floor, his head bloody and part of his skull and brain exposed. What happened? Wasn't it only Enya who went up? Small fry shouldn't prattle here. Before he could finish, a blow struck Kenny G from behind, and he collapsed, unconscious. As Kenny G fell, Zuke appeared behind him, once again standing before Dio. Unlike Dio's battered and pathetic state, Zuke's instantaneous movement placed him silently behind Kenny G to knock him out. The reason he didn't kill Kenny G immediately was that his stand, tenor sax, and its illusion-creating ability were useful. Zuke planned to force him to summon his stand before finishing him off. To be continued. Chapter 60, Terror. When Zuke appeared, Dio's body instinctively flinched. This reaction humiliated Dio. Once, he had been the one others feared. How could he ever be afraid of anyone else? I can see your brain is recovering, but it's just too slow. Zuke glanced at Dio's head. It seemed his control over his strength had worked. While Dio's skull was shattered and his brain injured, it hadn't reached a lethal point. Dio's vampiric constitution allowed his head to keep regenerating, but his recovery speed, to be blunt, it was slow enough for Zuke to stomp him to death dozens of times over. He was holding back for now, waiting for Dio to release his stand, the world. Once Blackbird could grab the world and absorb its power, Dio would have outlived his usefulness. Though my power isn't on par with yours, if I add my stand's power. Dio's pride surged when he saw the disdainful look on Zuke's face. Growing up in the lowest ranks of society, Dio had long vowed to rise above everyone else, to make a name for himself. Becoming a vampire later had only inflated his ego further, causing him to view humans as insignificant. And now, with his stand, he felt unstoppable, as if the world should bow at his feet. That was how it should have been. No, it was how it should be. Dio's face twisted, and a golden glow flashed behind him, like the sunlight that could kill vampires outright. But it wasn't sunlight. It was a muscular figure clad entirely in gold, with a head shaped like a faceted prism and sharp eyes staring intently at Zuke. This was Dio's stand, the world. It could leave Dio's body within a range of about 10 meters, possessing immense power, speed, and the ability to stop time across the entire world for a few seconds. It's here. Seeing the powerful stand materialize, a glint of anticipation flashed in Zuke's eyes. This was what he had been waiting for. But he couldn't act just yet. This stand could stop time for about 5 seconds, and though Zuke was confident in his speed, Dio could freeze time at any moment. Once time was stopped, Zuke's speed meant nothing. The best approach, then, was to wait for Dio to stop time once. Afterward, Dio would need a few breaths to recover before he could stop time again. That brief interval would be Zuke's window to attack. A few breaths might seem short, but for Zuke, it was more than enough. Here's where you meet your end. The world. Stop time. Feeling that his brain was mostly healed, Dio grinned maliciously, then let out a loud shout and activated his stand's power. An invisible wave spread from the world as its center, freezing everything in an instant. The clock stopped swinging, dust hung in the air, and even Terrence T. Darby, who had rushed into the hall sensing the commotion, froze mid-step. Most importantly, Zuke stood motionless, hands in his pockets, without a single movement. It's over. With my stand's power, I'll finish you. No matter how durable your body is, it's nothing against the world. Even though he had suffered some setbacks, Dio still believed that his stand, the world, was unbeatable. With time frozen, Dio attached the world to himself and unleashed a furious barrage of punches on Zuke's body. Useless, 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 useless. Though Zuke lacked the Joestar bloodline, his sheer resilience infuriated Dio, who lost his composure and began to strike in a frenzied state. But then, Dio stopped. His pupils quivered, his fists fell, and he looked in horror at Zuke, who was completely unfazed. How can this be? Zuke was indeed injured. Under Dio's relentless onslaught, his skin had developed a faint bruise. The world's punches packed power, and though it wasn't quite as potent as a rocket launcher, the impact accumulated. If unleashed on a building, it could destroy half of it. Even with Zuke's durability, it left him slightly bruised, but that was it. By comparison, Dio's own hands were drenched in blood, and the world's fists had completely shattered. Zuke remained unmoved, yet Dio's barrage had rendered his hands useless. Impossible. This can't be. Terror flooded Dio's heart. At this moment, he finally realized that Zuke wasn't someone who relied on a stand for battle. His body alone was a weapon that could crush any stand power. This sight was beyond Dio's comprehension, just like how, when he first became a vampire and slaughtered a human warrior, the man's look of incredulous horror was an emotion Dio never thought he would feel himself. It was the fear a weakling felt upon encountering an insurmountable wall. I have to escape. Time will resume any moment, I have to get out of here immediately. For the first time, as time's flow neared restoration, Dio felt a chilling dread instead of the thrill of his enemy's impending doom. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, discarding any thoughts of being a king in the darkness or a superior being destined to rule humanity. His old survival instincts from his days on the streets resurfaced, driving him to flee from Zuke at the fastest speed he could muster. But times resumed. Dio. 0.1 seconds. Though Dio had dashed out of his mansion and was racing down the street, Zuke's voice appeared behind him almost instantly. It was no joke, Zuke could teleport. No matter how far Dio ran, as long as he was within Zuke's key senses, Zuke could appear beside him instantly. Boom. Zuke gripped Dio's head and smashed it into the ground, creating a massive crater in the once pristine street, sending debris flying that struck nearby pedestrians. I'll be taking the world. As Zuke commanded, the figure of Blackbird slowly emerged, reaching out and grabbing the world by the throat, lifting it in the air. Devour it, Blackbird. Chapter 61, Clearing the JoJo World. From the moment Zuke teleported after Dio, pinning him to the ground, to the moment Blackbird grabbed the world by the neck and lifted it up, only an instant had passed since time resumed. Dio's The World and Jotaro Kujo's Star Platinum, both stand abilities capable of stopping time, aren't limitless. After each activation, a brief pause is required before either can be used again. This limitation was explained by Jotaro Kujo in Part 6, where, amidst a tense situation, he confirmed it. Naturally, Dio, who shares this stand ability, is bound by the same rules. A few breaths don't seem long, but for Dio, they stretch out in agonizing slow motion. You damn fool. With his head pressed firmly to the ground and his stand's neck held tightly, Dio is beginning to feel the pressure on his breathing. Though being a vampire spares him from suffocating to death, he knows Zuke has no intention of just holding him down. Whatever happens next will likely be fatal. While fleeing, Dio had deliberately stuck to shadows, though he's now out on the street, the surrounding buildings shield him from direct sunlight. But with Zuke's strength, tossing him into an open area to let the sunlight disintegrate him would be easy. Then he'd crumble like dust, dissolving into the air. Before Dio could resist, a sharp pain shot up both his arms. Oh. On Dio's stand, the world, Blackbird had already devoured both arms and was absorbing the world's power. Damage inflicted on a stand is transferred to its user, and with the world's arms destroyed, Dio's own arms suddenly burst apart, leaving bloody remnants. As a vampire, his scattered flesh even tried to crawl back to his severed arms, a grotesque sight. This horror had people nearby screaming, and some police officers aimed their guns at him in a desperate attempt to restore their confidence. Damn it, is he trying to torture me for fun? Dio's mind was a whirl. With his power, Zuke could have easily crushed Dio's skull and ended him. But instead, he destroyed the world's arms with his stand, Blackbird. Dio, ignorant of Blackbird's true ability, assumed Zuke was merely trying to inflict suffering. Well, this works. I can feel it. The world's time-stop ability is ready again. As the world's arms were devoured, despite the agony, Dio grit his teeth and reactivated his stand's ability. Stop time. The world. The familiar ripples spread from the world, and the surrounding noise turned silent. The people on the street froze mid-movement, as if part of a paused tableau. Haha, it worked. Dio's face lit up with crazed joy as he slowly pulled himself out of Zuke's grip, then prepared to run. Damn it, to think I, Dio, would end up in such a sorry state. This guy, what? Just as he took his first step, he felt a force on his head, slamming him back to the ground just as violently as before. Boom. As he crawled out of one crater, he was smashed into another. For Dio, this was an unbearable humiliation. But he had no time for shame. From between his fingers, he looked up at Zuke's face, glancing around to confirm that the people around were still frozen in time. What's going on? Time hasn't resumed, how are you moving? As his words fell, time resumed. Onlookers were startled to find another massive pit had appeared out of nowhere on the street, with the two figures now in the new crater. Your time stop ended. Then let me show you something interesting. Zuke grinned. How can I move during your time stop? Isn't it obvious? Blackbird the world. The same ripple emanated from Blackbird behind Zuke. The onlookers, who had just regained their ability to move, froze again, locked in the same tableau as before. Dio's lips trembled, understanding everything. So that's it. Blackbird's ability had nothing to do with shadows, it simply devoured its enemies and gained their abilities. Previously, Dio thought Zuke hid in Blackbird's shadow, assuming it had something to do with shadows. In reality, it was a separate space gained after Blackbird devoured Vanilla Ice's stand, Cream. Now, with the world's ability consumed, Zuke could also stop time, allowing him to act within the time-stopped realm. Just like Jotaro did in Part 3's final battle, but this, Dio could never know. Knowing how you die is the last mercy I'll grant you. Be a better person in your next life. As time stopped, Zuke sneered and stomped down, shattering Dio's head into a pulp of brain matter. Vampire bodies may be tough, but does it matter if they can't withstand a strength level of 40? Oh, right. Even with your head destroyed, your body's still alive, isn't it? Zuke nudged Dio's headless body with his foot, kicking it toward a spot in direct sunlight. Plop. And now, let time flow again. With Zuke's ceremonious declaration, time resumed. Dio's body lay exposed in the sunlight. In moments, his body began to crumble like a plaster statue under the sun, disintegrating into dust and scattering into the breeze. At the same time, the system notification appeared. Current world, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Main mission, defeat Dio. Player Zuke strength synchronization, 100%. Please continue advancing the main mission to unlock full strength synchronization. Congratulations, player Zuke. You've successfully unlocked 0% synchronization in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure world-verse. You may choose one item to bring out of this world. Arrow. Dio's finger. Bonesmith and Wesson M. 1917. To be continued. Chapter 61, Clearing the JoJo World. From the moment Zuke teleported after Dio, pinning him to the ground, to the moment Blackbird grabbed the world by the neck and lifted it up, only an instant had passed since time resumed. Dio's The World and Jotaro Kujo's Star Platinum, both stand abilities capable of stopping time, aren't limitless. After each activation, a brief pause is required before either can be used again. This limitation was explained by Jotaro Kujo in Part 6, where, amidst a tense situation, he confirmed it. Naturally, Dio, who who shares this stand ability, is bound by the same rules. A few breaths don't seem long, but for Dio, they stretch out in agonizing slow motion. You damn fool. With his head pressed firmly to the ground and his stand's neck held tightly, Dio is beginning to feel the pressure on his breathing. Though being a vampire spares him from suffocating to death, he knows Zuke has no intention of just holding him down. Whatever happens next will likely be fatal. While fleeing, Dio had deliberately stuck to shadows. Though he's now out on the street, the surrounding buildings shield him from direct sunlight. But with Zuke's strength, tossing him into an open area to let the sunlight disintegrate him would be easy. Then he'd crumble like dust, dissolving into the air. Before Dio could resist, a sharp pain shot up both his arms. Oh. On Dio's stand, the world, Blackbird had already devoured both arms and was absorbing the world's power. Damage inflicted on a stand is transferred to its user, and with the world's arms destroyed, Dio's own arms suddenly burst apart, leaving bloody remnants. As a vampire, his scattered flesh even tried to crawl back to his severed arms, a grotesque sight. This horror had people nearby screaming, and some police officers aimed their guns at him in a desperate attempt to restore their confidence. Damn it, is he trying to torture me for fun? Dio's mind was a whirl. With his power, Zuke could have easily crushed Dio's skull and ended him. But instead, he destroyed the world's arms with his stand, Blackbird. Dio, ignorant of Blackbird's true ability, assumed Zuke was merely trying to inflict suffering. Well, this works. I can feel it. The world's time-stop ability is ready again. As the world's arms were devoured, despite the agony, Dio grit his teeth and reactivated his stand's ability. Stop time. The world. The familiar ripples spread from the world, and the surrounding noise turned silent. The people on the street froze mid-movement, as if part of a paused tableau. Haha, it worked. Dio's face lit up with crazed joy as he slowly pulled himself out of Zuke's grip, then prepared to run. Damn it, to think I, Dio, would end up in such a sorry state. This guy, what? Just as he took his first step, he felt a force on his head, slamming him back to the ground just as violently as before. Boom. As he crawled out of one crater, he was smashed into another. For Dio, this was an unbearable humiliation. But he had no time for shame. From between his fingers, he looked up at Zuke's face, glancing around to confirm that the people around were still frozen in time. What's going on? Time hasn't resumed, how are you moving? As his words fell, time resumed. Onlookers were startled to find another massive pit had appeared out of nowhere on the street, with the two figures now in the new crater. Your time stop ended. Then let me show you something interesting. Zuke grinned. How can I move during your time stop? Isn't it obvious? Blackbird the world. The same ripple emanated from Blackbird behind Zuke. The onlookers, who had just regained their ability to move, froze again, locked in the same tableau as before. Dio's lips trembled, understanding everything. So that's it. Blackbird's ability had nothing to do with shadows, it simply devoured its enemies and gained their abilities. Previously, Dio thought Zuke hid in Blackbird's shadow, assuming it had something to do with shadows. In reality, it was a separate space gained after Blackbird devoured Vanilla Ice's stand, Cream. Now, with the world's ability consumed, Zuke could also stop time, allowing him to act within the time-stopped realm. Just like Jotaro did in Part 3's final battle, but this, Dio could never know. Knowing how you die is the last mercy I'll grant you. Be a better person in your next life. As time stopped, Zuke sneered and stomped down, shattering Dio's head into a pulp of brain matter. Vampire bodies may be tough, but does it matter if they can't withstand a strength level of 40? Oh, right. Even with your head destroyed, your body's still alive, isn't it? Zuke nudged Dio's headless body with his foot, kicking it toward a spot in direct sunlight. Plop. And now, let time flow again. With Zuke's ceremonious declaration, time resumed. Dio's body lay exposed in the sunlight. In moments, his body began to crumble like a plaster statue under the sun, disintegrating into dust and scattering into the breeze. At the same time, the system notification appeared. Current world, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Main mission, defeat Dio. Player Zuke strength synchronization, 100%. Please continue advancing the main mission to unlock full strength synchronization. Congratulations, player Zuke. You've successfully unlocked 0% synchronization in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure world-verse. You may choose one item to bring out of this world. Arrow. Dio's Finger. Bonesmith and Wesson M. 1917. To be continued. V Chapter 63, It's all because of the main mission. Dear Zuke, please choose the mission world to enter. 1. Dragonball. 2. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. 3. Fate/0. It's like the very thing I feared just showed up. Seeing the third world on the list made Zuke's mouth twitch. In the JoJo world earlier, Zuke had been frustrated at not finding Dio's mansion. He'd even joked to himself that if he went to the Type Moon world, he'd be cursed with a lucky E attribute. But unexpectedly, after clearing JoJo's world, the third option that appeared was indeed Type Moon's world. The plot of Fate/0 may focus mainly on the Fourth Holy Grail War in Fuyuki City, but there's no doubt it exists within the broader Type Moon universe. The participants in the Grail War include figures like professors from the Clock Tower and a mage killer who encountered vampires in his youth. To think it wouldn't touch on other Type Moon lore would be self-deception. Zuke clicked on the mission world details for Fate/0 and saw the main quest for this world. Current world, Fate/0. Main quest, obtain the Grail of the Fourth Holy Grail War. Player Zuke's power synchronization. 0%. Please progress in the main quest to unlock synchronization. This time, the main mission wasn't to eliminate someone but to acquire the Grail, yes, that same Grail that spews black mud in the end. But what really had Zuke worried was that he couldn't think of any power he could obtain in the Holy Grail War. Synchronization lets him bring new powers from the mission world back with him. The Dragon Ball world had given him terrifying combat power, and JoJo's world awakened his stand ability, which could even absorb other things to gain new abilities. But in the Type Moon world, especially in the limited scope of the Fourth Holy Grail War, what valuable new power could he find to synchronize? He couldn't exactly go immerse himself in the sea of evil now, could he? He wasn't some bodiless heroic spirit, and dipping into that stuff would do him no good at all. As for abandoning the Grail War and wandering elsewhere in the Type Moon universe for power, that'd be pointless. Without synchronization, gaining power would be for nothing. Even if he became some overpowered entity, wreaking havoc and all, as long as he didn't obtain the Grail, his synchronization rate would remain 0%, and he wouldn't be able to keep any of it. This main quest and synchronization system are straight-up obstacles to exploring the map. Zuke sighed, feeling exasperated with this main mission setup. The Dragon Ball World mission was much better. Eliminate Frieza, though it was difficult, at least he didn't have to worry about Frieza suddenly dropping dead on his own along the way. Before the plot reached the Namek arc, Zuke had plenty of time to explore the Dragon Ball World map, grow stronger, and then take Frieza down in one go. All I can do is take it step by step. I'll see how things are in the mission world tomorrow, he muttered, glancing at the first option on the list, Dragon Ball, the main source of his power. The combat power in that world was indeed immense, but given the galactic map, travel times were long. Reaching planet Zuno alone would take several days. Even now, Zuke had to wait another 4 days. In the JoJo world, he had gotten an even stronger sense of the advantage his Dragon Ball combat power gave him, making him more eager to make progress in Dragon Ball. With only 40 power, he could beat Dio like a dog, and that feeling was immensely satisfying. Transitioning to Shin. Slowly opening his eyes, Shin instinctively reached out to his side. His sleeping posture was standard, so his phone, placed within arm's reach, was in no danger of falling off the bed, allowing him to check the time immediately upon waking. But this time, instead of grabbing his phone, he touched something soft. MMM. A soft groan sounded beside him, and Shin realized what he'd touched. He was in trouble. He probably needed to break his habit of reaching out immediately upon waking. Shin, this early in the morning, it's a bit much, don't you think? As he turned his head, he saw that his touch had woken Sayo Ajiwara. Having endured enough excitement last night for her first time, Sayo was now blushing as she woke to Shin's accidental touch. Cough, cough, that was an accident, I was just reaching for my phone. Shin cleared his throat awkwardly, quickly picking up his phone from beside his pillow and checking the time. 8:30, luckily, not too late. Though they'd stayed up until 12:30 the night before, the mission world's 8-hour rest was very precise. You're going out this early? Seeing Shin getting up, Sayo also sat up, looking at him with her face flushed as he dressed. Yes, I have some plans with a classmate, Shin nodded. It was Saturday, the day he had agreed to meet with Yukino. He needed to wait for Yukino to give him the details, then relay them to Akagi. He didn't like going back on his word. Oh, right. I might be back late today, so feel free to go buy yourself some clothes and food. Don't wait for me. After dressing, he took out his wallet, pulled out some money, and placed it on the table. And get some towels, a cup, and other personal items. If you run out of money, let me know. If it had been yesterday, he might have hesitated to spend so much all at once, but now Shin didn't worry at all. After today, he planned to earn some money. He had noticed that the Stand Awakening arrow was lying right on the table, almost as if it had been placed there carelessly from the start. With that, he wouldn't even need to do the work himself to make money. Okay, Sayo said, stunned, before quickly nodding as she sat on the bed, seeing the money he had left on the table. She'd thought she might be thrown out after today, but hearing Shin mention buying essentials, she understood she would likely stay with him long term. Does this count as being kept? Sayo blushed, hiding her face behind the covers, feeling shy. If Shin knew her thoughts, he'd probably think she was overthinking things. If simply offering a place to stay counted as keeping someone, then this would be the cheapest arrangement ever. In a way, Sayo's values were indeed a little skewed, and perhaps Shin would have to guide her back to a more grounded perspective in the future. To be continued. Chapter 64, sounds like we're meeting the parents. At exactly 10 a.m., Shin arrived at the entrance of Akihabara Station, where he saw Yukino standing alongside Akagi and Tamiya. Right on time, but maybe a bit too on time. Seeing Shin appear, Yukino glanced at her watch, showing a faintly speechless expression. Usually, people would arrive a little early, wouldn't they? They had agreed via phone to meet right at 10 o'clock in front of Akihabara Station, and Shin did arrive on time, almost too on time, as he walked out the moment the clock struck 10. If Yukino hadn't just happened to glance inside the station, she might have thought Shin was purposely waiting inside, only coming out once it was exactly 10 o'clock. This shows I have a strong sense of punctuality. Shin nodded calmly, making it hard for Yukino to respond with any sarcasm. He looked at Yukino, she looked as pretty as ever in her casual clothes. If no one else were around, she might have attracted a few admirers. But, back to the point, why Akihabara? Shin knew Yukino was a literature lover, but he hadn't pegged her as an otaku. Although Akihabara is known for electronics and not solely otaku culture, it still didn't seem like a place Yukino would choose for a meetup. It wasn't my suggestion, Tamiya wanted to come here. Regarding this matter, Yukino seemed a bit resigned. Tamiya Shin had taken the initiative, suggesting they go out together and proposing Akihabara as their destination. Yukino typically didn't frequent Akihabara, but since this outing was to help Tamiya and Akagi bond, she decided to go along with it. After all, her purpose wasn't merely to matchmake them but to help them improve their personalities. Tamiya usually didn't speak much, but once they arrived in Akihabara, her expression brightened considerably, a change Yukino was glad to see. I see. Shin nodded, understanding why they'd ended up in Akihabara. So, what's the plan from here? That depends on what Tamiya wants to do, since coming here was her idea. Yukino massaged her temples, looking somewhat troubled. While it's good Tamiya took the initiative, I'm not too familiar with Akihabara either. We'll probably have to follow her lead. Isn't that a good thing? Weren't you worried earlier that Tamiya and Akagi would struggle to make conversation? Shin thought it wasn't a bad thing and smiled. Now that we're here in Akihabara, it looks like Tamiya is becoming more proactive, so you won't need to worry about awkward silences between them. Following Shin's gaze, Yukino also noticed Tamiya Shin enthusiastically explaining something to Akagi. It seemed she was introducing the various works advertised on the billboards, and Akagi, intent on winning her favor, nodded along attentively. Seeing Tamiya this way, Shin could understand why Yukino had described her as being rather forward. True, though I didn't expect Tamiya's personality to shift like this in Akihabara. Watching the interaction, Yukino also nodded. Initially, she'd been a bit concerned that after she and Shin left, the atmosphere between Tamiya and Akagi might become awkward. But seeing how Tamiya was behaving now, it didn't seem like they'd run out of things to talk about. You mentioned that we'd find an excuse to leave later, right? Have you thought of how to explain it? Since Yukino nodded, Shin asked. Yukino had arranged this whole outing, so she must have a plan for how they'd leave. Don't worry. Someone will call me around 11 o'clock, and we'll use that as our excuse to leave. Yukino nodded confidently, as if everything was already well in hand. Got it. Inside a shop in Akihabara, Tamiya Cheyenne held an opened blind box containing a small figurine. The box seemed to be part of a popular collection, limited to one per person, and she happened to get a rare model. Thank you, Yukino, Akagi, and Shin. No worries, as long as you're happy. Even Yukino looked a bit stiff at that. She hadn't expected Tamiya to bring them all to Akihabara to help her open blind boxes by increasing the head count. Yukino felt that calling Tamiya forward earlier had actually been a bit of an understatement. You all helped me out so much, so let me treat you. Let's head to that cafe over there. Tamiya cheerfully put away her figurine, then pointed to a nearby cafe. With a signboard and a maid standing at the door, it was obviously a maid cafe, one of Akihabara's specialties. Hasn't that call come yet? Shin looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost 11 o'clock. As if on cue, Yukino's phone rang. Everyone turned toward her as she calmly took out her phone and placed it to her ear. Hello. Sister, it's me. What's the matter? Although she was pretending to speak to her sister, Shin could clearly tell no sound came from the phone. Yukino and her sister didn't get along, so it was impossible she would actually ask her for a favor like this. Thanks to his enhanced senses, Shin heard the silence in her phone, though no one else would notice. To the others, it seemed she was genuinely talking to her sister. All right, I understand. After a brief, fake conversation, Yukino casually ended the call and looked at Tamiya. Tamiya, I'm sorry, but Shin and I have some matters to attend to shortly, so we'll need to leave you and Akagi to continue on your own. Huh? What dash? Tamiya was taken aback, surprised by Yukino's sudden announcement. As Shin worried that Tamiya might suggest they disband, he suddenly noticed her glancing between him and Yukino with a curious look. So, Yukino's sister called, and then Yukino has to leave with Shin. I get it. A knowing smile appeared on Tamiya's face as she firmly pulled Akagi beside her, nodding at them both. Go ahead, you two, Shin, make sure to seize the opportunity. Shin's mouth twitched. It seemed like Tamiya had the wrong idea. To be continued. Chapter 65, Is there really a Busujima family? So, what's the next step? Should we follow them? After parting ways with Tamiya and Akagi, Shin glanced at Yukino, who was standing beside him, and asked curiously. That was the original plan, but now it doesn't seem necessary. Yukino gently shook her head. Judging by Tamiya's expression, it looks like she can communicate with Akagi normally now. There's no need for us to trail them. So, are we disbanding then? Hearing this, Shin asked instinctively. Based on what Yukino said, it seemed they were planning to let Tamiya and Akagi proceed naturally. Of course not. If something goes wrong, Akagi will contact you, right? However, Yukino shook her head, saying, so, to ensure nothing goes awry, I'll be accompanying you. This way, if they run into issues, we'll be able to respond immediately. Shin felt a little speechless. In other words, he still had to spend the day with Yukino. He had originally hoped to disband so he could test out the effects of the arrow he carried by dealing with some low-level thugs. But it seemed he'd have to wait. Do you have any plans for today? Yukino seemed to notice something, looking at Shin with mild surprise. If you have things to do, it's fine to disband. At her core, Yukino was a kind person who established the service club to help others. If possible, she preferred not to impose on others. If it's nothing important. After thinking it over, Shin shook his head. Those thugs weren't going anywhere, so he wasn't in a rush. Didn't you say you'd introduce me to a Kendo dojo? Can we go now? Initially, the plan with Yukino was to visit the Kendo dojo tomorrow. But now that they'd cancelled their plan to follow Tamiya and Akagi, they could visit the dojo instead. Though Shin now had a stand, a much better ability for close combat, learning some Kendo wouldn't hurt. Even if he didn't plan to use a sword as his primary weapon, expanding his combat skills wouldn't be a waste. He could even use an energy sword as an extra attack method. Even Frieza occasionally used techniques like the energy cutter, showing the potential in such moves. Now. Sure, even though I arranged with the dojo master to go tomorrow, they're not busy today. Yukino nodded and took out her phone to contact the dojo. The dojo belongs to the Busujima family, a renowned Kendo lineage. I'll contact the daughter of the Busujima family. The Busujima family? Shin's expression became a bit odd. He seemed to have heard an unusual surname. He remembered searching online and confirming there was no Fujimi Academy in this world. Yes, the eldest daughter of their family attends Shuchian Academy, Yukino replied while messaging, speaking casually. That made sense. Though there was no Fujimi Academy, the eldest daughter of the Busujima family, Seiko Busujima, as a distinguished lady, did have the credentials to attend a prestigious school like Shuchian Academy. But Shin hadn't expected that the Busujima family actually existed in this world. Could it be that some force was working on a zombie virus or something here? Even if there were a zombie outbreak, he wouldn't fear it with his powers, but he wouldn't want this rare, peaceful world to be ruined. Battles could be fought in mission worlds, this real world was his sanctuary. Looks like merely building a small money-making force won't cut it, I need to expand the scale. At the very least, I need them to gather information. Initially, Shin's idea after obtaining the arrow was simply to make some money. But now he realized the group should be capable of collecting intelligence too. All right, it's set. The dojo is fairly empty right now, so we can go. While Shin was mulling over his next steps, Yukino finished her call and addressed him. With a nod, she informed Shin that she had arranged it with the Busujima family's eldest daughter. Welcome, Miss Yukino Shida. Inside the dojo, Shin quickly encountered the dojo master, an elderly man with prominent muscles, evident even through his age. Shin could sense the ki of everyone present, and the seemingly older master had the strongest ki in the room, second only to Shin himself. The second strongest was a tall girl in casual clothes standing by the dojo hall. Her figure was so striking it was hard to believe she was still in high school, a stark contrast to Yukino. Noticing Shin's gaze, Seiko Busujima, who was swinging a sword, looked back at him. After a brief eye contact, she smiled and nodded at him. Ordinarily, she'd sense the sharp aura around someone like Shin and find him intriguing. However, the gap between them was so vast that unless Shin deliberately released his ki, Seiko wouldn't sense anything at all. This is Shin, right? The dojo master had also noticed him by now. Likely out of respect for the Yukino Shida name, he treated Shin kindly. Have you practiced Kendo before? No. Shin answered honestly. He'd never had any chance to train in Kendo, his understanding of it came mainly from anime and novels, so he didn't even know the rules. And frankly, he wasn't that interested in the rules, he only wanted to learn Kendo techniques. People in mission worlds didn't follow any formal rules when they fought. I see. How about giving it a try? Seiko, would you mind? The dojo master, unconcerned, nodded before turning to Seiko Busujima, asking for her cooperation. To be continued. No problem. Seiko Busujima had no objections and, with a smile, addressed Shin. Junior, let's get you suited up in Kendo attire. Shin didn't refuse. Although he doubted Kendo gear would provide much protection for him, it was standard procedure. Since changing clothes wasn't much trouble, he saw no reason to refuse. To be continued. Chapter 66, Seiko Busujima and Technique. It looks pretty decent. Seeing Shin emerge from the changing room in his Kendo attire, Yukino Shida commented approvingly. Without a mask, Shin's naturally striking look stood out. Recently, after a few battles, he'd also acquired a sharp and commanding aura. Even Yukino, who had never been one for romance, found her heart skip a beat when she saw Shin walk out. He probably received his fair share of love letters at school. Oblivious to Yukino's thoughts, Shin took a wooden sword from Seiko Busujima. The wooden sword was light, and Shin felt an urge to try infusing it with ki. However, he knew his ki would likely break the wooden sword immediately, so he resisted the impulse. Well then, Junior, try to observe my sword swings and trajectories as closely as possible, Seiko said, standing opposite Shin with a wooden sword in her hand. Since she was instructing a beginner, she didn't plan on going full force. As Shin held his wooden sword, Siko stepped forward and thrust toward his shoulder. The speed wasn't too fast, but it would be hard for an average person to react. Siko fully expected to land the blow. However, Shin casually raised his wooden sword, effortlessly blocking her strike and stopping it in its tracks. So this is what wielding a sword feels like. Though it was his first time holding a wooden sword, Shin seemed to grasp something about the experience of weapon combat. Despite his low synchronization rate, his Saiyan combat instincts kicked in, giving him a faint sense of battle rhythm. Siko, surprised that her thrust was blocked so accurately, felt a spark of interest ignite. She pivoted her sword and aimed a strike at Shin's waist, this time with a bit more speed and force. But Shin simply twisted his wooden sword and easily deflected her slash again. Siko felt the force of her strike reverberate back through her wooden sword, but when she looked at Shin's sword, it was steady, showing no sign of strain. He'd blocked her strike effortlessly. In Shin's hand, blocking her attack seemed as easy as holding the sword without moving. "You're strong, Junior." Siko's eyes sparkled. Though her attack had failed, she felt thrilled. Realizing Shin's power and speed were exceptional, Siko stopped holding back and began a relentless series of strikes aimed all over his body. In no time, her sword almost blurred in the air, causing Yukino to watch nervously from the sidelines. But what was even more impressive was that, despite the rapid onslaught, Shin blocked every single strike with ease. Shin had no formal Kendo training, he was simply watching Siko's sword trajectory and placing his own sword in its path. This strength and speed. Not only Siko, but even the Kendo instructor could see why Shin was able to parry every strike, and his expression showed clear shock. "Miss Yukino Shida, your boyfriend is." Yukino was equally surprised by Shin's display. She knew Siko's strength well, yet her attack seemed like child's play against Shin. So astonished was she that she forgot to correct the instructor's assumption about Shin's status. A few minutes later, Siko finally withdrew her sword. For a typical person, her strength was already considerable, but her physical limits were still human. After several minutes of intense strikes, she'd reached her maximum effort. Meanwhile, Shin hadn't broken a sweat, his arm hadn't even trembled. Siko's strikes, which she delivered with all her strength, hadn't caused his hand to waver even once. This power, if Shin were to strike with the wooden sword, Siko doubted she could block it even with a real blade. The Kendo instructor approached and took the wooden sword from Siko's hand. "Sorry, I couldn't do any better," she said, breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. But her eyes shone as she looked at Shin, revealing her keen interest. "Don't blame yourself, with this strength and speed, it would be pointless even if I took over," the instructor said, shaking his head and turning to Shin. "Mr. Shin, do you genuinely want to study Kendo?" Given Shin's strength, it seemed he was beyond the usual desire for fitness training. "In a way, yes. I mainly want to learn techniques related to weapon use," Shin replied honestly. Fitness training didn't hold much appeal for him anymore, the real world could only offer him in terms of technique. Kendo was just the beginning, he planned to look for martial arts schools to learn hand-to-hand combat as well. At least until he had a chance to encounter various martial arts in the world of Dragonball, this would have to suffice. "I see, that makes sense." The instructor nodded. Shin clearly hadn't learned Kendo before, he was only imitating Siko's grip. Because of their strength disparity, he could easily block Siko's strikes with a wooden sword. However, against someone of equal or greater strength, his grip would likely lose him the weapon. In that case, "Let me teach him, sensei." As the instructor was about to continue, Siko couldn't help but interrupt. Under normal circumstances, she would never interrupt someone like this, but she couldn't resist now. Seeing Siko's eager expression, Shin felt like she was a hungry person who'd just spotted a delicious meal. "You, Siko." "Well, that's not a problem, but I'll need Shin's agreement," the instructor replied, turning to Shin. "Mr. Shin, don't be deceived by Siko's youth, her Kendo technique is nearly as advanced as mine. She's more than capable of teaching technique." "I don't mind," Shin replied, nodding in agreement. To be continued. Chapter 67, beginning with Shimikitazawa's Underworld. "You really spent the whole day watching me at the Kendo dojo." After a full day of Kendo lessons from Siko Busujima, Shin finally left the dojo, having even exchanged contact information with her. To his surprise, Yukino Shida had also stayed with him all day at the dojo, quietly watching him practice sword techniques. He hadn't expected Yukino to be interested in Kendo at all. "It's just watching, it's not like I had to wield a sword myself. What's so strange about it?" Yukino turned her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, perhaps due to the sunset. In truth, her time at the dojo was mostly spent watching Shin himself. She wasn't particularly interested in Kendo. Shin, focused and serious, looked quite handsome, especially in combat. He exuded a mysterious charm that captivated her. Hearing Yukino's words, Shin didn't know what to say. He had thought she might mention being there to keep an eye on Akagi and Tamiya, but she didn't bring it up at all. Did she forget about Akagi and Tamiya? Was she just there spending the day with him? In fact, Akagi had already messaged him, saying his outing with Tamiya in Akihabara had wrapped up, and he even inquired how Shin's date with Yukino had gone. Shin ignored that part, intending to tell Yukino about Akagi's update if she asked, but since she didn't, he suspected she might have forgotten. Or perhaps she trusted Akagi and Tamiya. As they parted, Yukino turned to him and asked, "Are you going to the dojo again tomorrow?" Though Shin had spent the day practicing with Siko Busujima, she had mostly been teaching him weapon techniques. Siko even mentioned he could contact her anytime if he needed more lessons, so Yukino assumed he'd likely return to the dojo. But Shin thought about it and shook his head, probably not tomorrow. Given his strength, learning weapon techniques was more of a supplement, meant for an element of surprise. For instance, unleashing an energy slash like the key sword against Frisia might be unexpectedly effective. But relying solely on these techniques wouldn't be enough to defeat Frisia, so he wouldn't spend much time at the dojo. Occasional training would suffice. His main goal was to gain power through missions. "I see." Shin sensed a flicker of disappointment from Yukino, though it quickly vanished as she regained her usual calm. After parting ways at the station, Shin didn't head home right away. Instead, he contacted Seo Ajiwara to check on her. Seo mentioned she had bought some daily necessities and clothes, as well as ingredients to make him a meal. It seemed Seo was indeed settling into his home. However, Shin wouldn't make it back for dinner tonight, so he told her not to wait up before putting away his phone and heading out. Shimokitazawa was a fascinating place, small in scale, yet bustling with a mix of people, with cafes and bars scattered throughout. Unsurprisingly, it was also a hub for small-time gangs. Despite being loosely organized, they still created quite a presence. Shin chose this location mainly because the name sounded familiar. Though he'd watched a lot of anime, he didn't have much experience with subcultures. But Shimokitazawa, as a notable name in subculture, had left an impression on him. After spotting the Shimokitazawa station on the subway, he decided to visit a local gang here. Why not in Tokyo's main districts? Too complicated. Tokyo's gangs were massive and structured, with hierarchical systems. To reach a gang leader, one would have to get past the enforcers stationed at local establishments, and even then, those guards rarely had the authority to summon the leader. In contrast, Shimokitazawa's gangs were smaller, and their leaders only managed a few locations. By showing up, Shin could likely draw out the head himself. In an underground bar in Shimokitazawa, neon lights flickered, and the dance floor was already drawing a crowd. As night fell, the once closed establishments began to buzz with activity. Within hours, the place would likely be packed, blaring loud music. Bang. The doors opened, and people looked up to see a high schooler with his hands in his pockets entering. Shin scanned the bar, sizing up his surroundings. "Bars aren't for kids," muttered a muscular man by the door, frowning as he didn't intend to entertain Shin. "Better come back when you're older." High schoolers were a hassle and not profitable. The management didn't care for them. Ignoring him, Shin continued to assess the bar and nodded in satisfaction. So many malevolent spirits here, a lot of people must have died in this place. Indeed, Shin was not just admiring the decor but observing the number of spirits within the bar. These spirits, typically born from grudges of those who died unjustly, revealed how many lives had been lost here. There was a large black spirit next to the men beside him, though the men couldn't see it. "Are you looking for trouble, kid?" Hearing Shin's blunt remark, the man's gaze turned fierce. He didn't understand the talk of spirits, but the fact that Shin mentioned the bar's violent past was a red flag. The bar had indeed seen its share of deaths, having been a battleground for gang fights in Shimokitazawa, and only those in the underworld would know that. To him, Shin went from an ordinary high schooler to a provocateur. "You're not worth it," Shin muttered, pulling out a stand arrow, now just the arrowhead, from his pocket. He'd removed the shaft for easier carrying. After all, the shaft only served as a projectile guide. His strength alone could propel the arrowhead better than any bow. The arrowhead lay still in his palm, showing no sign of targeting the men. In other words, to the arrow's stand ability, this man had no aptitude for a stand. To be continued. Chapter 68, Creating Stand Users in the Real World. The arrow, which was originally meant to belong to Yoshikage Kira, possesses the ability to identify those with the potential to become stand users. If the target has the qualifications to awaken a stand, the arrowhead will instinctively align itself with the target, much like a compass. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4, Yoshikage Kira relied on this arrow to autonomously search for those with potential, creating numerous stand users and causing considerable trouble for the protagonists. This unique ability to detect stand potential has so far been shown only in Kira's arrow, as no other arrow has demonstrated this capability. Shin felt quite fortunate that he intercepted Kira's arrow. If he had ended up with a different one, it might not have been as convenient. "You got a death wish, kid." The burly man, unaware of anything about stands, was furious at Shin's seemingly dismissive remark. Being part of the underworld, he wasn't inclined to kill, but teaching this kid a lesson was within reason. He reached out, intending to grab Shin's head and toss him aside. Yet as soon as he extended his hand, he felt an overwhelming force seize his wrist, making further movement impossible. "What? What's going on? What's grabbing me?" His expression shifted as he realized that no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape this mysterious power. If there were another stand user present, they'd see Blackbird standing behind Shin, with its hand gripping the man's wrist. Having conquered the JoJo world, Shin had brought Blackbird, now at 100% power, into the real world. Blackbird now possessed strength equivalent to Shin's own body. Even without using abilities he'd absorbed from other stands, this strength alone made him unafraid of anyone in this world. In the original, stand users only appeared if their awakening succeeded. I've never seen what a failed stand awakening looks like. Shin twirled the arrowhead in his hand before flicking it towards the terrified men. Thud. The black and gold arrowhead flew from Shin's fingers, piercing the man's neck effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu. Blood spurted out. Gah. The men groaned in agony, collapsing in a pool of blood, drawing the attention of the few patrons in the bar. Ah. A few of them, obviously customers, screamed and dashed for the door. Shin ignored them, but when he noticed a few bar staff trying to escape as well, he swiftly blocked their way. "You guys aren't going anywhere. I'll need your help contacting someone." The bar staff froze as Shin's figure appeared in front of them in a flash, petrified. Working in an underworld bar, they'd seen their fair share of action, some had even witnessed gang wars. But those brawls were still within their understanding. Shin's speed and agility were beyond comprehension. Ugh. Aff. The burly man, lying on the ground, continued to struggle, but soon his movements ceased, yet Shin's keen senses picked up something strange. Boom. The man's body suddenly exploded like dynamite, and Shin immediately moved. Blackbird the world. Time came to a halt as Shin dashed over to the man's body, plucking the arrowhead from the blast zone before it could be damaged. And time resumes. Time flowed again, and the man's body continued to explode, sending debris flying throughout the bar. The arrowhead, unharmed, landed back in Shin's hand. This arrowhead didn't have any invulnerability. In JoJo Part 5, Diavolo's arrow was shattered by a gunshot fired by Pulpo's suicidal orders. What happened? Why did Jiro just explode? Was there a bomb planted on him? The bar staff, panicked, looked at Shin, suspecting he'd somehow rigged the men with explosives. Shin ignored their frightened looks and instead gazed thoughtfully at the spot where the men had exploded. In JoJo Part 5, Polnareff had mentioned that the arrows contained an alien virus necessary for stand awakening, and that some researchers who had inadvertently come into contact with the virus didn't survive, being consumed by flames and lightning before they died. In other words, even those who didn't survive would momentarily exhibit something akin to stand powers. If this man had survived, his stand might have involved explosions, but lacking the potential, he just detonated, leaving no trace. Satisfied with having witnessed a failed stand awakening, Shin used the arrowhead to check the bar staff for stand potential as well. Unfortunately, none of them had it. You guys are in the underworld, right? Putting away the arrowhead, Shin looked at the bar staff. They exchanged uneasy glances. Seriously? You storm in, blow someone up, and now you're asking if we're in the underworld. They dared not protest and nodded hesitantly. Bring your boss here, if that's not too much to ask. Shin pulled up a chair and casually grabbed a nearby metal shaker, crushing it into a solid iron ball with ease. No one dared to say it was a problem. The staff quickly nodded, too scared to defy him. Watching the bar staff go to make a call, Shin remained unperturbed. It was normal for only a few to have stand potential. Even if he wanted to build a following, he couldn't turn everyone into stand users. A handful of stand users would be sufficient. As his power grew, he would eventually come across more people with stand potential. With this arrow, he could create superior stand users, ensuring his faction's steady growth. If he wanted, Shin could start from scratch, but that would be slow. It was better to co-opt an existing underworld group for his foundation. To be continued. Chapter 69, Unfortunately, not that Kiryu. Was it you, kid, who said you wanted to meet me? Shin didn't have to wait long. About half an hour later, a sharp-looking middle-aged man pushed open the bar door and walked in. Naturally, being part of the underworld, a group of men followed behind him. As soon as they entered, they instinctively surged forward, surrounding Shin completely, leaving the middle-aged man standing face-to-face with him in the middle. Through his perception of ki, Shin could feel someone behind him reaching for something, likely a gun. Yes, I'm the one who wanted to see you. What's your name? Shin remained seated, calm and indifferent, as if he couldn't care less about the number of people surrounding him. Seeing this, the middle-aged man frowned, instinctively feeling that something was off. Shin looked like a high school student, so what gave him the confidence to remain so calm in front of so many people? Uncertain of Shin's background, the man paused but still answered his question. Everyone on the street calls me Kiryu. And who might you be? Kiryu? Don't tell me your name is Kazuma Kiryu. Hearing the familiar surname, Shin froze, then instinctively asked further. That name made him think of another guy, also involved in the underworld. Who's that? Unfortunately, the response wasn't what Shin had hoped for. The man who called himself Kiryu looked puzzled, seeming not to recognize the name. I see. You don't look much like him anyway. It must just be a coincidence. Realizing the man wasn't lying, Shin sighed. It seemed to be nothing more than a strange coincidence. With that little interlude out of the way, Shin didn't feel like engaging in idle chatter and got straight to the point. Kiryu, to put it simply, I want you to work for me. Kiryu's face showed a puzzled expression as he glanced around at his men. They shared his reaction, stunned by Shin's words. It wasn't surprising. A seemingly unarmed high school student had barged into a bar, called out the gang boss, and without a second thought asked him to work for him. Kiryu could even imagine the ridicule he'd face if word got out. The other underworld figures would laugh at him for years. At this thought, Kiryu's expression turned fierce. Kid, if you're just trying to make me mad, then... Boom. Before he could finish, the situation around them changed drastically. Without Kiryu even realizing, countless powerful impacts erupted almost simultaneously. In the next moment, Kiryu was horrified to see all his men fly into the air, seemingly punched upward by some incredible force. Some even hit the ceiling, sustaining secondary injuries. Afterward, his men fell to the ground with pitiful cries, many passed out from the pain. What did you do? Kiryu was completely stunned. He'd been in the underworld a long time but had never seen anything like this. That display of force wasn't something a human could achieve. Every person had been struck at the same time, lifted into the air by an overwhelming power. A superpower? How could such a thing exist in this world? Kiryu, unaware of anything like a stand user, naturally assumed Shin possessed a superpower. In fact, he wasn't entirely wrong. Shin had just used Blackbird World to stop time. During the few seconds of halted time, Blackbird had punched all the men around him, then released the time stop. The resulting scene was exactly as Kiryu saw. Kiryu had earned a reputation in the Shimokitazawa underworld, and even connected with several Tokyo crime bosses. But despite this, he had never heard any of these big shots mention superpowers. This was his first time witnessing a power beyond normal human imagination. Well. Impressive strength, isn't it? Shin stood up from his chair and walked over to Kiryu. Though Shin, a high schooler, was naturally shorter than the well-built middle-aged men, Kiryu felt as if he were the smaller one. Do you want this kind of power? You mean I could have this power too? Kiryu's heart raced at Shin's words. As a man, who wouldn't want to possess extraordinary strength? Though Shin's display of power frightened him, the temptation of gaining superpowers was impossible to resist. Of course, you have the potential. Shin smiled and took out an arrow, letting it spin in his hand until it pointed directly at Kiryu. Kiryu did indeed have the potential for a stand, which made things easier for Shin. After all, Kiryu was already the boss of this organization, so there was no need to find another stand user to take over. But as I said, if you accept this power, you'll work for me. Are you ready for that? Of course. I'm willing to do anything for you. Kiryu looked at the arrow in Shin's hand. Though he didn't know its purpose, the thought of gaining superpowers overrode everything. He knelt before Shin in a traditional Japanese gesture of submission, a practice quite common among the Japanese underworld. Mere words mean nothing. I have my ways of keeping you under my control, you'll have no way out. Shin chuckled lightly and, seeing Kiryu raise his head, flicked the arrow into his throat, piercing it. As the arrow pierced his throat, Kiryu's face turned pale, and he instinctively tried to resist. But soon, he felt a strange sensation spreading throughout his body, and the wound in his throat began to heal on its own. As he looked behind Shin, he saw a dark figure slowly materializing in his vision. Chapter 70, Control of the Stand. Oh. You can see a stand. Looks like you do have the potential to awaken one. Shin noticed Kiryu's gaze and realized that he had seen his stand, Blackbird. He couldn't help but nod. Kiryu was essentially an experiment to test whether the arrow could indeed awaken a stand in the real world. It seemed promising. Even people from this world could gain stand abilities by using the arrow. Since you can see my Blackbird, it's just as well, I'll let you see what comes next, to prevent any unwanted ideas. Though Kiryu could see stands now, Shin didn't intend to halt his next actions. Blackbird Justice. Under his control, Blackbird suddenly raised its hand, and a wisp of black mist separated from its fingertips, falling in front of Shin. After absorbing Enya's stand, Blackbird gained the ability to transform into mist and separate parts of itself. The mist could enter a person's body through a wound and manipulate the corresponding area. But to completely control someone's body, he'd have to turn them into a corpse. Shin had no desire to control corpses, it would be too exhausting to constantly manage someone else's movements. The separated black mist transformed under Shin's control, shrinking into a small black crow. Blackbird lovers. After killing Dio, Shin had returned to Dio's mansion, where he encountered Steel Atom. Steel Atom, another of Dio's subordinates, had a stand named Lovers. In the original plot, he would lie in ambush for the protagonists after Enya's failed assassination attempt. But with Enya killed before she could attempt the assassination, Steel Atom remained at Dio's mansion, and Shin absorbed his stand as well. Originally, Lovers was a small, golden bug-like stand capable of sneaking into a person's body through an opening and hiding in their brain. But once absorbed by Blackbird, Lovers transformed into a tiny black crow, so small it almost looked like a mosquito. Go. Under Shin's control, the small black crow flew directly toward Kiryu. As he watched nervously, it darted into his ear. You saw it, didn't you? That black crow has already entered your ear and, oh, it's reached your brain now. As Blackbird's master, Shin could sense the state of Blackbird Lovers and confirmed that it had reached Kiryu's brain. If I wanted, I could make it manipulate your nerves or simply destroy your brain. I understand. A cold sweat broke out on Kiryu's forehead, he could tell Shin wasn't bluffing. If he dared to harbor any thoughts against Shin, Shin would not hesitate to destroy his brain and kill him on the spot. He also understood now that the figure behind Shin was invisible to ordinary people, so if he died, no one would suspect Shin. Even if an autopsy was done, they would only find his brain inexplicably turned to mush without any external injuries. Shin looked at Kiryu's terrified expression and nodded in satisfaction. Is your wound healed? You should have awakened your stand now. Call it out and let's have a look. A stand. Ah, I understand. Kiryu paused, then quickly realized that the mysterious figure behind Shin was called a stand. And now, he might have a stand too. He stood up, noticing something fall from his chest. He quickly caught it in his hand. It was the arrowhead that had fallen out of his neck once his wound had healed. With both hands, he respectfully returned the arrowhead to Shin before trying to summon his own stand. Yaya. He let out a dramatically intense shout. Under Shin's slightly amused gaze, a mass of white matter surged from behind him. The white matter was like sludge, somewhat soft, gathering at Kiryu's feet into a blob resembling a slime. Huh. Why does my stand look like this? Kiryu stared at the white slime at his feet, a look of disbelief on his face. This was far from what he had imagined. Shin's stand was a cool black figure, but his own was this. Stands aren't always humanoid. They can take on animal forms, inanimate shapes, and even function as wearable stands. Shin put the arrowhead away and commanded Blackbird to take a sample of the white slime, which it promptly absorbed. What's your stand's ability? My stand's ability seems to be shape-shifting. It can also solidify into something like metal. After sensing it briefly, Kiryu understood his stand's ability. The white slime wrapped itself around his hand, transforming into a long, sharp blade with a distinct edge. It's not the most interesting ability, but it's decent. If you handle it well, you could create numerous weapons to surround yourself, making it hard for others to approach. Shin nodded, smiling. You were also smart enough not to hide your ability, so it seems you understand the situation. Huh. At first, Kiryu didn't understand, but Shin didn't explain further. The reason Shin had Blackbird absorb a part of Kiryu's stand was to obtain a sample of its ability, to confirm that Kiryu wasn't hiding anything. If Kiryu had harbored hostile intentions, he might have lied about his stand's abilities, hoping to catch Shin off guard in the future. But Kiryu hadn't hidden anything. His description matched the ability that Blackbird absorbed. Now, Blackbird could also transform into a soft substance or into a blade. Take some time to think of a name for your stand if you'd like. I'm heading out, and give me your contact information. After receiving Kiryu's contact info, Shin prepared to leave. But as he stepped out of the bar, he gave Kiryu a meaningful look. Now that you're a stand user, your world shouldn't be limited to the small confines of Shimokitazawa. Try expanding your horizons. Yes. I understand. Hearing Shin's hint, Kiryu's eyes lit up. Even before Shin's suggestion, he had already thought about this. But with Shin's blessing, he felt even more confident. If he encountered anything he couldn't handle, he might be able to call on Shin for help. Though he had gained a stand and become powerful beyond normal standards, it was precisely because of this that he understood how incredible Shin's abilities truly were. The scene of him effortlessly knocking countless people away was something Kiryu's stand could probably never achieve in his lifetime. To be continued. Chapter 71, The Bottomless Pit of Pay to Win. After leaving the bar, Shin was about to head home. Tonight, he planned to check out the status of the third mission world, as well as the situation in the JoJo world. And then there was the Dragonball world, which he both loved and hated. He wondered if there was any way to save time on traveling in that world. It was pure torment. On his way to the Shimokitazawa subway station, he noticed a strange figure at the street corner. It appeared to be an odd person wearing a pink tracksuit, carrying a guitar case that seemed even larger than her. Judging by her staggering steps, she looked utterly exhausted. Weird character. Shin didn't pay much attention and continued into the subway station. Welcome back. When he arrived home, Sayo Ajiwara, dressed in pajamas, came to greet him. Want a bath? I'll get the hot water running. Thanks. Shin nodded, slipping on his slippers as he entered, taking a moment to survey the room. It was clear the place was much cleaner than when he had left that morning. Sayo had evidently given it a thorough cleaning. The sight of her running to greet him just now was somewhat reminiscent of a newlywed wife, though he wasn't sure if Sayo herself was aware of it. But given what had happened last night, it felt like a natural progression. After a short while, Sayo came out of the bathroom, smiling at him. The bath is ready, go on in. Shin grabbed some fresh clothes and headed toward the bathroom, asking along the way, are you okay on money? Need me to give you some more? Having just brought Kiryu's organization under control today, he could easily get funds from him if needed. And, assuming things went as planned, Kiryu would likely continue expanding his influence, making things a lot more convenient for Shin in the future. No need, I still have some left. Saya quickly waved her hands, blushing as she smiled. At this point, she hadn't been away from home long and hadn't yet encountered the harsher side of society. Meeting Shin and receiving his care made her genuinely happy. After his bath, Shin turned on his computer as usual and logged into the game, while Saya sat on the bed, playing on her phone. Initially, he had planned for her to use the second bedroom, but after some hesitation, Saya opted to sleep in the same bed as him. Since she had no objections, Shin naturally didn't mind either. This bedroom was clearly going to become a shared one. Luckily, his bed was large enough to fit them both comfortably. Angel of Healing, oh. You're back. How was your date with the girl? The moment Shin logged into the game, a private message popped up from a familiar username, making him wonder if this guy really watched his login time that closely. Zuke, meh, nothing special. How's your part-time job? Although he'd spent the day with Yukino Shida, most of the afternoon had been dedicated to Kendo training, so they hadn't had much chance to talk. Of course, he would love to spend more time with a cute girl, and Yukino was undoubtedly a beautiful young lady, though he felt her chest was somewhat lacking. But her face? No complaints there. That said, Shin wasn't the type to abandon his plans just to pursue a girl, nor was he keen on actively seeking out Yukino's sharp tongue. Angel of Healing, the cafe barely has any customers. I just sit there on my phone most of the time. Zuke, surprised the manager hasn't fired you yet. I'd love to see just how lenient your boss is. He knew that Angel of Healing had picked up a part-time job over the weekend, but hearing about this level of slacking made him feel a bit sorry for the unknown manager. Zuke, so what's the plan for the team today? Are we raiding? Angel of Healing, of course. The devs released a new event, and the weekly mission is to beat a specific high-difficulty dungeon. I wouldn't want to tackle it without you. In their online gaming team, Shin was one of the few who didn't rely on pay-to-win and instead excelled through skill, so Angel of Healing definitely wanted him around for the raid. However, those days of not spending might be over. With money no longer an issue, he could consider indulging in some pay-to-win tactics. Suppressing his spending urge for so long, he felt excited just thinking about it. With visions of future in-game purchases, Shin and his online friends had a relaxing night of gaming, unwinding completely. Thanks to his combat experience boosting his reflexes, Shin's in-game skills had advanced several levels. No detail escaped his notice. If only his ability to sense ki worked on electronic components, he could have taken his gameplay even further. Too bad, if I could enter JoJo's Part 4, I'd love to get my hands on the stand, Red Hot Chili Pepper, that can manipulate electricity. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but recall a minor villain from JoJo's Part 4, Akira Otoshi, whose stand, Red Hot Chili Pepper, could control electricity. In the manga's 90s setting, it might not have seemed particularly powerful, but in a world full of electronic devices, it would be a formidable weapon. Red Hot Chili Pepper could even integrate itself into a TV screen, demonstrating precision control over electricity, a lethal ability in today's world, almost like a physical hacker. Shame, though. The JoJo world is already completed, so I'm not sure what it'll become next. I guess I'll find out when I go to sleep. Several hours later, Shin turned off his game. Going to bed. Sitting on the bed with her phone, Sayu immediately looked over at him. Yeah, it's about time. He shut down his computer and walked over to the bed, noticing Sayu's intent gaze. What? Got something you want to do? Sayu didn't respond, she just pouted, seeing the teasing grin at the corner of his mouth. You know exactly what I want to do. It was clear that, after her first experience with him, this teenage girl had started to enjoy their closeness. With a soft chuckle, Shin pulled her into his arms and rolled onto the bed. It seemed like his entry into the mission world would be delayed a bit tonight. To be continued. Chapter 72, The Holy Grail War and Heroic Spirits. Girls who savor the experience can be pretty intense when they get clingy. There's some truth to the old saying, only the ox gets worn out, not the field. But luckily, Shin wasn't just anyone. With his current physique, one Sayo Ajiwara alone wasn't enough to wear him out, no matter how many times they went. After their little battle, Shin finally embraced Sayu and drifted off to sleep. Transitioning to Zuke. Honored Zuke, please select the mission world to enter. 1. Dragonball. 2. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, main quest currently generating. 3. Fate/0. As Zuke fell asleep, he once again saw the world selection interface for the Infinite Terror VR game. The 3 options were just as he'd seen them before he logged out. But this time, there was a new line of text after the second option, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, indicating that a main quest was being generated. Could it be generating a new main quest? So, can I still enter? Curious, Zuke clicked on the JoJo option to see if he could still enter that world. Even if he could get in, Zuke wasn't worried. After all, the Dragon Ball world he was most interested in was still en route, and he wasn't in any rush to explore the Type Moon world. However, his curiosity was cut short. When he selected the JoJo world, a new window popped up in front of him. Honored Zuke, the main quest for this world is still being generated and cannot be entered at this time. Please wait until the main quest has finished generating before entering the game. Current world, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Main quest, generating. Player Zuke's power synchronization status, 100%, current arc. Please work to advance the main quest to unlock synchronization abilities. The original main quest, Defeat Dio, had changed to generating, meaning the JoJo world was now locked until the new main quest appeared. This was a relief for Zuke. He'd been worried the world would be abandoned altogether, but it seemed he would still have access to it. JoJo's world had quite a few powerful stands. While they couldn't greatly enhance Zuke's raw strength, some of their abilities were extremely useful. Even Frisia, with no understanding of Zuke's stand abilities, could easily be caught off guard. Of course, this depended on Zuke's battle strength actually being able to damage Frisia. If he couldn't break through Frisia's defenses, then even the strongest stand would be useless. It was similar to when Dio faced Zuke. Despite having a powerful time-stopping ability, Dio was unable to actually hurt Zuke, leaving him simply entertaining himself. When Dio's punches ended up breaking his own hands, Zuke couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Since he couldn't enter JoJo and Dragon Ball still required 3 to 4 days of interstellar travel to reach Planet Zuno, it seemed that his only option was to explore the third world. In other words, the Type Moon world, though the mission world was titled Fate/0, its expansive background encompassed a wide array of works and lore. Unfortunately, due to the main quest restrictions, Zuke figured he'd be unable to leave the designated mission area, Fuyuki City, to explore the rest of the Type Moon universe's power. Current world, Fate/0. Main quest, obtain the Holy Grail from the Fourth Holy Grail War. Player Zuke's power synchronization status, 0%. Please work to advance the main quest to unlock synchronization abilities. The Holy Grail War involves 7 magi, who use the ritual of the Grail to summon servants, heroes from history and myth transformed into heroic spirits, to engage in a brutal battle. The ultimate goal of this ritual is to defeat as many summoned servants as possible, forcing them back into the Grail, and finally completing the ritual. The founding families, known as the Three Great Houses, publicly claim that the Holy Grail is an omnipotent wish-granting device, capable of fulfilling any desire, which sometimes attracts other magi to join the fray. The story of Fate/0 is about the Fourth Holy Grail War, set in a city called Fuyuki. After choosing to enter this world, Zuke felt himself slowly sinking, as though he were descending into water. The main quest demanded him to obtain the Grail from the Fourth Holy Grail War, so even though he knew it was tainted by the evil of all the world's evils, he still had to fight for it. That said, Zuke didn't feel much motivation to complete the main quest, thinking only that the possible rewards for clearing this world might be worthwhile. To put it plainly, there wasn't much new power in the Type Moon world that Zuke felt was worth synchronizing. This made him even less inclined to raise his synchronization rate. He could only hope that he'd enter with some favorable identity, ideally, with command seals. If not, he'd have to take one from another master. If it came to that, he already knew his target, Ryunosuke Uryu. Not because Uryu was evil and needed punishing, but simply because he was one of the easiest to find. The other masters were all cautious, hiding away and even using familiars to do their bidding. Zuke had no interest in hunting them down. There was, of course, another easy target, Tosaka Tokiomi, who was sure to be hiding in the basement of the Tosaka mansion. But since Tokiomi had connections with the church's overseer, if Zuke went and killed him for the command seals, the church might decide to halt the Grail War altogether. While Zuke wasn't particularly driven to complete the main quest, he wasn't keen on being denied the chance to finish it. It'd be great if I could start with command seals. Here's hoping for a decent identity. Soon, he felt his feet touch solid ground, as though emerging from the watery sensation enveloping him. He opened his eyes slowly and found a young girl with black, twin-tailed hair standing before him, looking at him with a dazed expression. I did it, she said. Before he could process what was happening, the black-haired girl suddenly raised her arms in excitement and shouted. I successfully summoned a servant. To be continued. Chapter 73, The Spirit and Stand Panel. Zuke had imagined numerous possibilities for his identity upon arrival, but he never anticipated he would descend as a spirit. He had no legends in the Type Moon world. To this world's counterforce, Zuke should count as a textbook otherworldly being. He also had no idea how his system enabled him to manifest as a spirit in this world. What made him even more speechless was that he was summoned by Rin Tosaka, a primary character in the Fifth Holy Grail War but currently just a young girl. Out of concern for her father, Tosaka Tokiomi, Rin had tried following the summoning ritual he left behind, drawing a summoning circle on the hallway floor just to try it out. Yet, it actually worked, and Zuke somehow became this little girl's servant. Whoa. I was just experimenting, but I actually summoned someone. Could I be a genius? Although still a young girl, Rin Tosaka was already displaying a considerable degree of vanity, hinting at the personality she'd have in high school. She looked up at Zuke, then circled him before stopping in front of him, hands on her hips. My servant, what's your name? What's your class? And your abilities? Can't you check for yourself? Zuke felt a bit speechless. Masters in the Holy Grail War could observe their servants' basic panel data. Though they couldn't deduce the true name or noble phantasms, seeing attribute values was no problem. My name is Zuke. As for my class, it seems to be Berserker. When summoned, the Holy Grail injects spirits with knowledge of the modern era to prevent them from causing chaos in the current age. Zuke didn't need this, but for some reason, the Grail still added a bit of modern knowledge to his memory. At the very least, Zuke now knew his class was Berserker, the Mad Warrior, a class known in the Holy Grail War for trading sanity for strength. What? Berserker? You don't look like a Mad Warrior at all. Hearing Zuke's answer, Rin was stunned. She looked him up and down, confirming he didn't seem irrational in the slightest. And I've never heard of a hero named Zuke. Little girl, how many books have you read to think you know the names of all heroes? Zuke unceremoniously reached out and ruffled Rin's head, watching as she struggled out of his large hand, visibly annoyed. Through this moment, Zuke caught sight of his own spirit panel in this world. Strength, EX Endurance, EX Agility, EX Mana, Cluck, E Noble Phantasm, EX Class Skill, Madness Enhancement EA. For unknown reasons, Madness Enhancement can be toggled on and off. When activated, all parameters except luck and mana double, but language ability is lost. Noble Phantasm, Blackbird Stand, Destructive Power E, Speed E, Range A, Endurance B, Precision C, Growth A, a black, humanoid stand with the same power and speed as the user. It can absorb other things to gain their abilities. Thanks to his transformation into a spirit, this was Zuke's first time seeing his stands panel. The minimum and maximum for destructive power and speed were inherited from his physical self. But his mana parameter was only C. It seemed the Grail didn't recognize his mastery of Ki as mana. Otherwise, with his total control over Ki, there was no way he'd be rated at just C. Nevertheless, even with this, the panel was already intimidating, 4 EX parameters. If other masters saw this, they'd probably back out on the spot. Is this panel real? Rin was also stunned by Zuke's parameters. As his master, she hadn't expected to summon such a terrifying spirit. What was even more impressive was that despite this monstrous panel, Rin hadn't felt she needed to provide an enormous amount of mana to support him. It seemed Zuke could sustain himself. If Zuke knew what Rin was thinking, he'd probably realize that the key in his body was maintaining his existence. Since he didn't require much mana from Rin, she couldn't exert much control over him. However, Zuke's attention wasn't on the parameters, his focus had locked onto his class skill, madness enhancement. As the description indicated, he could toggle this ability on and off. When off, he functioned as usual, able to speak and act without hindrance. But when activated, he'd receive a doubling of all attributes at the cost of his ability to speak. Isn't this practically the Kaioken, just with a mute side effect? At first glance, Zuke immediately realized how significant this class skill was for him. It doubled his stats. In Dragon Ball, Goku relied on Kaioken to deal with enemies before he could go Super Saiyan. Although madness enhancement didn't stack in the same way as Kaioken, it didn't have the side effect of physical strain either. At least in the Type Moon world, plenty of spirits with madness enhancement existed, and none of them suffered bodily collapse from it. Before entering this mission world, Zuke had zero motivation to complete the main task. Now, however, Zuke was determined to complete the main quest, no matter what it took, and bring this madness enhancement ability back with him. With this, his path to power in the Dragon Ball world would be cut in half. Berserker, I am your master, right? Just as Zuke resolved to complete the main quest, Rin seemed to regain her composure. She looked at Zuke with a hint of seriousness and asked, "As your master, I expect you to fulfill my commands, right? What kind of master has so little confidence?" Zuke looked at her, amused. Although Rin had been very confident when she'd first summoned him, matching his impression of her, now, after seeing his absurd panel, she seemed unsure if he was truly her servant. "So, what do you want me to do?" Seeing that Zuke still seemed respectful toward her as his master, Rin relaxed a bit and told him, "I want for you to go to the Matu family and check on someone for me." To be continued. Chapter 74, The Importance of Battle Power. Matu Sakura, originally named Tosaka Sakura, is Tosaka Rin's younger sister by a year. Since she was born into the Tosaka family, a family bound by the strict ideals of magicians, they faced a dilemma. The Tosaka family's magecraft crest could only be inherited by one person, prompting the idea of transferring the other child to another mage family. The result was that Tosaka Rin stayed to inherit the Tosaka family crest, while Tosaka Sakura was sent to the Matu family, adopting the name Matu Sakura. If events were to unfold as they did in the original storyline, next would be Sakura's horrific transformation by the Matu family's insect magecraft, leading her into a life of unbearable suffering. Zuke remembered that, according to the creators, Tosaka Tokiomi was unaware of the Matu family's insect magecraft when he sent his daughter there. However, it remained a fact that he had pushed his daughter into an abyss. "So, you want to check on your sister in the Matu household?" Zuke asked, looking at Rin as he gauged her request, nodding in understanding. This mission indeed aligned well with Rin's desires as a child. Unlike Rin, however, Zuke knew the kind of suffering Sakura would eventually face in the Matu family. So after hearing her request, Zuke added another question. "If your sister is treated inhumanely in the Matu household, what would you like me to do?" "Inhumanely? The Matu family is a mage family too. Why would they do something like that?" Rin shot Zuke an indignant look, clearly displeased by his choice of words. To young Rin, all mage families should be just like the Tosaka family, noble, elegant, and steeped in aristocratic grace. As one of the three founding families like the Tosekas, how could the Matu family possibly mistreat their future heir? This was Rin's innocent side. Despite her attempts to act mature, she was, after all, still a child. "I'm just saying, if. We have to consider every possibility when carrying out a mission, right?" Zuke spoke as though coaxing a child. Though he had no experience with kids, he did know a thing or two about dealing with a slightly haughty child. Granted, all his knowledge came from dating sims. "Well, that makes sense," Rin hesitated. It wasn't that she really thought the Matu family would harm Sakura, but Zuke's "consider every possibility" did make sense. Despite her pride, if something sounded reasonable to her, Rin would accept it. Then, if anything bad happens to Sakura, get her out of there. She pumped a small fist in a show of bravado. And if they go too far, show them what you're made of. Though her summoning ritual was an imitation, Rin had genuinely studied up on the Holy Grail War. At the very least, she knew what Zuke's parameters signified, a truly top-tier heroic spirit. "Understood, young master," Zuke chuckled, giving her head a light rub. It turned out a little girl's head was quite soft to the touch. "Hey, Don't mess up my hair. Rin slapped his hand away, though really, only because Zuke had already let go. Otherwise, there was no way she'd swat his hand down. Watching Zuke smiling at her, Rin stamped her foot in annoyance. Hurry up and get going. Holding the map Rin had given him, Zuke stepped out of the house. The residence wasn't the Tosaka estate but a property in Fuyuki suburbs that Tosaka Tokiomi had purchased to shield his family from the potential dangers of the Holy Grail War. According to the plan, Rin and her mother, Tosaka Aoi, would live here until the war ended. Tosaka Tokiomi seemed not to have considered the possibility of losing. His follow-up plan was simply to bring you home once I've won. As Zuke left, he didn't see Rin's mother, Tosaka Aoi, who was likely in another room. It was unclear when Rin would tell her mother or even Tosaka Tokiomi about her request. Zuke had no doubt that Rin would spill the beans. After all, to her, he was just a newly summoned heroic spirit, and family certainly mattered more. But Zuke wasn't one to be trifled with. If Tosaka Tokiomi tried to make him do anything unreasonable, Zuke was ready to show him the hard truth of the fist. Not relying much on Rin's meager mana, Zuke had a lot of autonomy, likely even surpassing Archer's independent action skill. Could the command spells overpower his inner chi and force him into submission? Zuke was confident in his own strength. If the Tosaka mother and daughter have moved out of the estate, it means the Holy Grail War must be entering its final preparation stage. Looking at the deserted streets, Zuke started running. If I delay, Sakura will soon be thrown into the Matu family's worm pit, which will provoke Matu Korea, pushing him further along the path of becoming a master. Running down the street, Zuke pondered his next moves. Unlike in the world of JoJo, heroic spirits in the Holy Grail War possess truly destructive power, so I'll need to use my Void Miasma skill wisely. Though the JoJo world has a variety of unique abilities, they don't generally inflict much damage. Even in Part 5, guns are still the primary means of offense. With Zuke's strength, there was no concern about getting hurt in the JoJo world, except for special spatial abilities. Even if he stood still, the stands wouldn't even scratch him. Zuke's combat power now might be slightly less than that of young Goku when he fought the Red Ribbon Army. At that time, Goku could tank a rocket without a scratch. Zuke wasn't sure he'd come out unscathed. Some heroic spirits' noble phantasms, once released, far surpass the power of rockets. Still not strong enough, Zuke muttered, thinking of Dragon Ball power levels again. If only I could bring along a few hundred battle power points. Wouldn't have to bother with all this. Just one ki blast, and I'd wipe out the moon. You think a little photon cannon would scare me? To be continued. Chapter 75, The Matu Residence. The Matu Residence is styled after Japan's famous fish-scale house, an old Western-style building originally built for foreign residents. It sounds odd that a Japanese family would live in a Western-style house for foreigners, but it makes sense, considering the Matu family originally came from abroad. The three founding families of the Holy Grail War really aren't short on money. Despite how poor the Matu family's magical prowess seemed in the original story, they're actually quite wealthy. Standing at the gates of the Matu estate, Zuke rubbed his chin as he examined the fish-scale house, thinking about how to bring Sakura Matu out. Yes, from the start, he hadn't just intended to check on how Sakura Matu was doing. His plan from the beginning was to take her away. That's why he'd specifically prepared Rin Tosaka for the possibility of Sakura Matu suffering inhumane treatment. This way, taking Sakura wouldn't count as breaking his agreement with Rin Tosaka. And why was he doing this? Probably just because he found the Matu family's behavior distasteful. He really had no liking for anything involving insects. With his decision made, Zuke stepped through the gates of the Matu estate. As soon as he approached, the large, barred gate was sliced open by an invisible force, creating a massive circular gap, and Zuke walked right through it. Conceal himself? Not necessary. When searching Dio's mansion in the JoJo world, he had concealed himself to avoid alerting the enemy, but here, that was unnecessary. Even if he caused a disturbance, the Matu family head Zoken Matu wouldn't flee. Not unless he was willing to give up on the Holy Grail he pursued for 200 years. After Zuke forcibly breached the gates, the magical traps in the courtyard immediately activated. As a mage family, the Matu residence was, of course, equipped with numerous magical defenses. When someone invaded, the courtyard and interior of the estate turned into merciless killing mechanisms. But unlike the Tosaka family's gem-based magic, the Matu family's head, Zoken Matu, specialized in insect-based magic, so naturally, the methods for dealing with intruders involved insects. In the next instant, swarms of flying insects emerged from the grass and trees in the yard. Each one had sharp fangs and radiated a distinct magical aura as they rushed toward Zuke. For an ordinary mage, these insects would quickly devour their body, reducing them to a pile of bones. But Zuke didn't even glance at the insects and continued toward the estate's main door. Snap! Just as the insects neared Zuke, they disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a harsh sound like something had sliced through them. If someone were watching nearby, they'd notice that within the spherical area centered on Zuke, no insect could enter. Whenever the insects entered the spherical range, they vanished from existence like a drawing erased with a rubber eraser, leaving no trace behind. This was the Blackbird's Void, a space-devouring presence released by the Blackbird behind Zuke. There was no way these insects could break through that barrier. The ability to erase space is difficult to counter in many stories, and the Matu family's insect magic was, of course, powerless against it. With nothing in his way, Zuke easily entered the Matu mansion. The door, reinforced with magic, was mercilessly sliced open by the Blackbird's Void, leaving a large hole. And as he stepped into the building, he saw a hunched, shriveled figure standing in the center of the main hall. Heh. Quite the rude guest, aren't you? Standing in the center of the hall was Zoken Matu, head of the Matu family. This man's original name was Makiri Zaldjian. He came to Fuyuki City 200 years ago and, together with two other mage families, established the Holy Grail war system. To achieve his goal, he refused to die before reaching it, so he chose to prolong his life by modifying his body with insect magic, managing to survive to this day. In essence, his body was now merely a mass of insects, no longer truly human. To ordinary people, Zoken Matu was an exceptionally powerful mage and a serious threat. Yet, in front of Zuke, it was Zoken who stood cautiously prepared. He'd seen clearly what Zuke did on his way here, and to be blunt, he had no way to deal with Zuke. The spherical space surrounding Zuke seemed like a death zone, anything entering it died. He'd sent countless insects to their deaths, yet hadn't even figured out how Zuke was doing it. After all, Zoken Matu wasn't a stand user, and having prolonged his life unnaturally, his soul had decayed to the point where he couldn't perceive the presence of a stand. Zuke had no interest in chatting. He asked directly, "Where's Sakura Matu?" In fact, Zuke had considered using his key-sensing ability to locate Sakura in the mansion, but after a quick scan, he found it unbearable. Every corner of the place was filled with insects, even bizarre ones lurking on the ceiling. These insects possessed only faint traces of aura, but given Zuke's complete mastery of aura, he easily sensed each of them. For the first time, Zuke felt that his sensitivity to aura wasn't always a good thing. The sheer number of insects in the Matu residence was a severe assault on his senses. Unable to tolerate the insects any longer, Zuke decided against using Ki to search for Sakura Matu's location. Asking Zoken Matu would be faster. "You came for that?" Hearing Zuke's question, Zoken Matu's withered face struggled to remain composed. Upon detecting Zuke's invasion, he had considered many possibilities. Perhaps an outsider participant had come to make an example of the Matu family or to spy boldly on them. He'd even prepared for the possibility that someone might intend to destroy the Matu family and eliminate a competitor. But he hadn't expected that the first thing this intruder would ask was where Sakura Matu was. Was this some sort of prank by a modern youth? Could it be that you're an ally of Tokiomi Tosaka? Sakura Matu was already given to the Matu family with Tokiomi's consent. If you have an issue with that, go find Tosa. Just answer the question. Why waste so many words? In the next instant, Zuke's body appeared right in front of Zoken Matu. He'd been at the entrance only a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye. No, it hadn't even taken a blink. Zoken Matu's body was no longer that of an ordinary person. He hadn't blinked. Zuke had simply crossed the distance between the door and the hallway instantly, now standing right in front of him. Seeing Zuke's cold gaze, the well-versed Zoken Matu felt an unexpected weight settle in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 76, The Black-Haired Sakura Matu. I understand. Follow me. Zoken Matu looked at Zuke, pausing for a moment, likely calculating his odds of winning if they fought. But he quickly realized he couldn't break through the strange spherical space surrounding Zuke, so he gave up and agreed to take Zuke to find Sakura Matu. Initially, Zoken thought Zuke was just a mage connected to the Holy Grail War. But now, he realized Zuke might actually be a servant. Though Zoken wasn't sure why Zuke, as a servant, hadn't arrived in spirit form, his strength was unmistakably real. It would have been better if you'd done this from the start. Zuke nodded and followed Zoken, who turned to lead the way with a sullen expression. Naturally, Zuke had no fondness for this old parasite. If he didn't need to find Sakura Matu, he would have already dealt with him. While Zoken had initially extended his life for the Holy Grail and a vision of justice, he had long forgotten those ideals, now merely existing for the sake of living. Before long, under Zoken's lead, Zuke arrived at a staircase leading down to the basement, where he felt an unsettling presence. It wasn't that there was a powerful threat down there, just something that made him feel slightly disgusted. Zuke knew that this was likely the Matu family's infamous worm pit, a place filled with vile creatures used to modify human bodies. Could it be that this old man has already thrown Sakura into the worm pit? As Zoken led him to the pit's entrance, Zuke felt a chill. Had he arrived a step too late? There was no point in overthinking it, so he followed Zoken down into the pit. Sure enough, the bottom of the pit was packed with a multitude of writhing insects, the sight alone enough to make anyone with a fear of clusters faint. Standing by the edge of the worm pit was a visibly frightened Sakura Matu. Zuke glanced at Sakura. Her hair was still black, which meant her body had yet to undergo the Matu family's worm magic transformation. Grandfather. Sakura, upon seeing Zoken leading Zuke into the worm pit, instinctively shrank back and spoke timidly. At this moment, Sakura was still gripped with fear toward her new grandfather. She had barely managed not to run away, using every bit of her courage. Seeing her reaction, Zuke confirmed that she had not yet undergone the transformation. On one hand, her hair and eye colors hadn't changed as in the original story, on the other, her reaction to Zoken still resembled that of a normal child. The worm pit transformation would also have drastically altered her personality, making her numb from the horrific treatment she endured. But now, seeing her expression of fear confirmed that she had not yet gone through such an ordeal. Since Sakura was standing here near the pit, today was likely the day she was supposed to be thrown in. Zoken had brought her to the pit and was just about to send her down when the manor's defenses were triggered. After leaving Sakura at the worm pit, Zoken had rushed to confront the intruder, only to be unable to return. Realizing he couldn't defeat Zuke, Zoken had no choice but to obediently lead him to Sakura. Sakura, come here. Your sister wants to see you. Zuke reached out a hand toward Sakura, disregarding Zoken, who stood watching nearby. You don't need to stay in this wretched place anymore. Though Sakura was young, she was already mature for her age. She likely understood why Zoken had brought her to such a terrifying place. Yet, due to her gentle nature and lack of power, she couldn't resist, even if she didn't want this fate. Her trembling body made it clear just how terrified she was. Upon seeing Zuke's outstretched hand, she clung to it instinctively, as if grasping her only hope. Friend, are you certain you want to do this? Zoken's face darkened further as he watched Zuke calmly abducting Sakura right in front of him. Although Zoken had anticipated this outcome when Zuke asked to see Sakura, he couldn't hold back when it came to taking her away. He had little hope for the Fourth Holy Grail War, so he couldn't care less if Zuke targeted it. But Sakura was his key piece for the Fifth Holy Grail War. If she was taken, his entire plan would collapse. So, what do you intend to do? Zuke held Sakura's hand and looked sideways at Zoken. This old man was good at survival, but his combat abilities left much to be desired. Since Sakura had not yet been transformed, Zoken couldn't hide any worms inside her body. If it came to a fight, Zuke wouldn't need to worry about her safety. That child was promised by Tokiomi Tosaka. You mentioned Tosaka's daughter, which means you must be connected to the Tosaka family, correct? Zoken spoke in his raspy voice, staring at Zuke. The Tosaka and I are cooperating, you see. Smack. Before Zoken could finish, Zuke suddenly raised his hand, clenching it into a fist in the air, a motion that emitted a grating sound. Sakura didn't understand why Zuke had made a fist as Zoken spoke, but Zoken's face paled. Old man, is this your attitude? Zuke opened his hand to reveal a tiny black remnant, a crushed worm. Zoken had attempted to divert Zuke's attention with his words, stealthily sending an almost invisible worm toward him. But Zuke, with his keen sense for ki, detected the worm's approach and crushed it effortlessly. This was a clear sign that Zoken was ready for a fight, right? Even if Zoken hadn't made the first move, Zuke didn't plan to let this parasite off easily. Wait. Feeling a chill, Zoken tried to stop him. But before he could finish, his upper body vanished instantly, a black bird had materialized beside him, and a spherical void tore through half his body. To be continued. Chapter 77, Killing the Old Worm has almost become a fan tradition. Matu Zoken, whose upper body had been sliced off, still had his feet rooted in place. Yet, disturbingly, despite his body being severed, no blood flowed from the exposed lower half. Sakura Matu, standing beside Zuke, was paralyzed with fear. She wasn't yet the emotionally numb person who had been transformed by the crest worms. Seeing such a large person in front of her get sliced in half was naturally a shocking experience. As expected, just a bug. Zuke squinted his eyes. Though the bug cellar was dimly lit, he could clearly see the severed section of the legs crawling with insects. Matu Zoken's body was entirely composed of a swarm of worms, barely resembling a human form. Most people wouldn't notice, even Tosaka Tokiomi, a fellow Magus, had never discovered Matu Zoken's true nature. In the next instant, Matu Zoken's legs shattered, dispersing into a horde of worms that surged fiercely toward Zuke and Sakura. Umph. Zuke sneered as his blackbird returned to his side, creating a spherical void barrier around him. Any worm that approached was swallowed by the subspace, leaving no trace behind. When dealing with swarms of tiny insects, Zuke didn't want to dirty his hands. Even though a single punch could wipe out a swarm, the thought of worm fluids and remains on his hand was simply revolting. Is grandfather dead? Sakura, hiding within Blackbird's protective range, was safe from the subspace barrier's effects. From her perspective, it seemed Matu Zoken was beyond dead, his upper body had been sliced off, and his lower half turned into bugs. It looked as if his whole body had disappeared. Don't call that old bug grandfather anymore. From today on, the Matu family will be history. Zuke, of course, knew Matu Zoken wasn't truly dead. His true form had completely become a single insect, and all the bugs of the Matu house were part of him. Until that primary insect was destroyed, Matu Zoken couldn't die. That core bug, however, clearly wasn't inside his original body. In the Fifth Holy Grail War, Matu Zoken's core bug was hidden in Sakura's heart, but now, its location was unknown. You, or should I call you heroic spirit? You must be some ally of the Tosaka family, summoned as a servant, right? Matu Zoken's sinister voice echoed from all around, with a resonance that made it impossible to identify which bug it was coming from. I admit I can't kill you, but do you really think you can destroy the Matu family? As long as I exist, the Matu family won't be history. Matu Zoken had existed since the day he founded the Matu family. Though his soul was decaying, he would continue to live until it completely withered away. Everything in the Matu family had been established by him, and it served him alone. So, in a way, his words weren't wrong. Then I just have to get rid of you. Zuke's gaze swept over the surrounding bugs. The Matu mansion was filled with Matu Zoken's insects, but most of those outside the worm cellar were likely not his true form. After all, today was supposed to be the day Matu Zoken began altering Sakura's body, a key move in his Fifth Holy Grail war strategy. Such a crucial event meant he would definitely be observing closely in the worm cellar, ensuring nothing went wrong. Get rid of me. I admit your spatial ability is powerful, but isn't its range limited? Based on Zuke's performance from the courtyard to the front door, and the results of his last wave of attacks, Matu Zoken believed he had seen through everything. With so many bugs here, can you destroy them all at once? Matu Zoken was confident his true form wouldn't be exposed. His core insect looked almost identical to the others, so even if Zuke had keen eyesight, it wouldn't make a difference. In his mind, the only way to kill him was to destroy every bug in the worm cellar. But, did Zuke have that kind of power? Not really. Zuke rubbed his chin. If he knew the Kamehameha, like Master Roshi, he could just blow up the whole Matu mansion in one blast. Sure, the Matu mansion was big, but was it any bigger than Fire Mountain and its castle in Dragonball? But who said I need to kill all the bugs at once? Matu Zoken's triumphant laughter froze instantly when he saw Zuke's gaze fixed directly on him. Matu Zoken's true body was a crest worm, hidden among countless other bugs in the depths of the worm cellar. It should have been impossible to find, yet Zuke had indeed looked straight at it. What? What did you say? Panic surged within Matu Zoken. Thinking it was merely a coincidence, he quickly tried to shift to the side. And then he noticed, Zuke's eyes followed him, precisely. He's not bluffing. He really has pinpointed my true form. His sense of certain victory vanished, replaced by terror. Matu Zoken couldn't fathom how Zuke had identified his core. Matu Zoken had no understanding of ki, and since he didn't know what it was, he couldn't grasp how Zuke had sensed him. No. Matu Zoken tried to flee, but he felt his body stiffen. He was forcefully pulled out of the swarm of bugs. To Sakura and Matu Zoken, the worm seemed to hover midair on its own. But in Zuke's eyes, Blackbird was floating above the worm cellar, having just plucked Matu Zoken's true form from the swarm. Sorry, but I don't plan on leaving any loose ends. Just to prevent any lingering plot points, I'll have you die. Looking at the struggling worm held by Blackbird, Zuke spoke without hesitation. Without waiting for Matu Zoken's retort, Zuke commanded Blackbird to tighten its grip. With 40 points of battle power, it crushed the disgusting worm into pieces. To prevent any potential for revival, Zuke had Blackbird follow up with a blast of void miasma, completely erasing the remnants of Matu Zoken's true form. To be continued. Chapter 78, Zuke's Holy Relic. Is Zoken Matu really dead? As Zuke walked out of the Matu residence with Sakura Matu, he heard her ask anxiously. Although she hadn't yet been thrown into the worm pit by Zoken, just the sight of the insects inside made it clear that her fate wouldn't have been pleasant. For Sakura, there was no sense of attachment to Zoken Matu. His death was, in fact, a relief to her. Rest assured, he's as dead as can be. Zuke smiled. While others might be uncertain about Zoken's death, Zuke was entirely sure. For one thing, after he killed Zoken Matu, the insects in the Matu household lost control completely. The previously quiet insects in the pit suddenly became agitated, and those hidden in the ceiling crevices even began to crawl out. This happened because all those insects had been under Zoken's control. With him dead, they reverted to their basic instincts and scattered. Although disgusting, Zuke had no immediate means of dealing with the insects, so he did the decent thing and reported it to the authorities. Soon, the police would arrive to inspect, only to find the Matu residents crawling with insects. While these insects had magical connections, without Zoken's control, their threat was minimal, comparable to large hornets, and could be left for the police and fire department to handle. On the other hand, Zuke noticed a change in his synchronization rate. Current world, Fate/0. Main quest, obtain the Holy Grail of the Fourth Holy Grail War. Player Zuke's strength synchronization, 5%. Please advance the main quest to unlock further synchronization. Before killing Zoken, his synchronization rate had been at 0%, but now it was at 5%. This made it clear that Zoken was indeed dead. Zuke had cleared an obstacle on his path to the Holy Grail, and the system rewarded him with a 5% synchronization boost. However, it was a minimal increase, likely because Zoken had never intended to be deeply involved in the Fourth Holy Grail War, so the system considered this a minor obstacle. 5%, basically a symbolic increase, just enough to avoid making Zoken's existence feel meaningless. Now, I'll take you to meet your sister. Seeing Sakura Matu still clinging to his hand, Zuke spoke. Having just escaped the worm pit, Sakura tightly held onto Zuke, afraid he would leave her behind. I don't want to go back. Sakura murmured, lowering her head. After all, she was just a child, sent to such a dreadful place by her own father. It was impossible for her not to harbor resentment. Due to Tokiomi Tosaka's actions, Sakura also felt some blame toward her mother and sister. Although she rationally understood it wasn't her sister or mother's fault, her feelings as a child made her reluctant to see her original family. Is that so? Zuke pondered for a moment and understood. Then, I'll find you a place to stay for now. After all, Rin hadn't insisted on bringing Sakura back, she only wanted to check on her well-being. Since Sakura didn't want to meet Rin, it wouldn't be a problem for Zuke to find her temporary lodging nearby and see what she wanted to do later. Zuke wasn't Sakura's guardian, so he couldn't decide her future. Offering her temporary assistance was already a good deed. Big brother, are you a servant? Relieved by Zuke's promise, Sakura looked up at him, curious. She had overheard Zoken calling Zuke a servant. Sakura knew about the Holy Grail War. Tokiomi often discussed it back when she was still with the Tosaka family. Both Rin and Sakura had some understanding of the Holy Grail War. Rin had even learned to draw the summoning circle for servants by watching and listening. I suppose so. To be precise, I'm your sister's servant. Zuke shrugged, not denying his role. After all, his identity in this world was designated by the system, so there was no point in refuting it every time someone asked. After all, not all heroic spirits had to be deceased. In this Holy Grail War, one of them was even a living heroic spirit, Artoria, who held the Saber class. Probably because Zuke was also alive, he shared Artoria's inability to dematerialize. My sister's servant, huh? Sakura's expression darkened slightly, seemingly upset. But she understood why Zuke had come to save her. It was Rin's task. For now, stay here. Zuke rented a room at an inn and brought Sakura inside. His role in this mission world was merely as a servant, so he didn't have a residence. Since Sakura didn't want to stay with Rin, this inn would have to do for now. As for the money for the inn, let's just say that Japan had no shortage of petty thugs. What? Was it inappropriate to rob people in front of a child? Seeing that Sakura seemed unfazed, Zuke assumed it wouldn't be a bad influence. Are you leaving, big brother? Seeing Zuke about to leave, Sakura tugged on his sleeve. Yeah, I'm your sister's servant, so I can't stay away forever. Zuke patted Sakura's head with a smile. He had to complete the main quest, and that berserk skill was something he was determined to obtain. My sister's servant. In the future, could I also summon you in the Holy Grail War? Sakura's expression darkened slightly at this, though she hid her emotions well and asked curiously. The future Holy Grail War, maybe. Zuke was unsure, as he didn't yet know what would happen to each world after completing a main quest. He suspected that this world would continue to progress until a new main quest appeared, allowing him to return, but that was just a theory. Since no new main quest had generated in the JoJo world yet, Zuke was still uncertain. If his theory held, he could probably be summoned again in the Fifth Holy Grail War. Then, big brother, could you leave me something? Sakura's eyes brightened as she quickly asked Zuke. What? Are you asking for a holy relic? Zuke chuckled, realizing her intent. A holy relic was an object left behind by figures from myth and history, often used in summoning to call the corresponding heroic spirit. Sakura clearly believed that if he left her something, it could serve as a holy relic for the Fifth Holy Grail War, allowing her to summon him. Though I'm not sure if this counts as a holy relic, here you go. Zuke didn't have much on him. He still had some cash he'd taken from the thugs, but that obviously wouldn't work as a relic. So he plucked a black feather from the mantle draped over his crow companion and placed it in Sakura's hand. Originally, as a part of his stand, this black feather would have been invisible to Sakura, but Zuke used Highway Star's ability to transform it into a tangible illusion. This way, Sakura, though not a stand user, could see the black feather. To be continued. Chapter 79, Rin Tosaka joins the battle. After taking Sakura Matu away from the Matu household, Zuke completed Rin Tosaka's task. Of course, helping Rin was merely incidental. Zuke's primary goal was to see if he could advance the main quest. How should he proceed with the main quest? Since the goal is to obtain the Holy Grail, the best way forward is to eliminate the other participants in the Holy Grail War. As for Tosaka Tokiomi and his servant, Zuke planned to save them for last, since he was currently Rin's servant and should give her a bit of face. Accepting Rin's request to visit the Matu household was also an excuse to see if Matu Korea was there. Although the old worm Matu Zoken hadn't planned to participate deeply in the Fourth Holy Grail War, he still sent in a participant on the principle of, it doesn't hurt to try. Or rather, the participant had volunteered for the Holy Grail War, Matu Korea, the nominal grandson of Matu Zoken. Simply put, Korea was a lovesick fool, intent on saving Aoi Tosaka and her two daughters from the Tosaka family. To protect Sakura from Matu Zoken's torment, he volunteered to participate in the Holy Grail War, hoping to use the Grail to secure Sakura's freedom. However, as Korea didn't have outstanding magical abilities, Matu Zoken reformed his body with insect-based magic, replacing his magical circuits with command worms, giving him the power to participate in the war. If everything went as expected, Korea would likely have already been selected as a master by the Grail. Zuke's visit to the Matu household was to see if he could capture Korea. If Korea had already summoned a servant, Zuke planned to eliminate it, which would likely advance the main quest considerably. If Korea hadn't summoned one yet, Zuke would force him to summon it on the spot and then defeat it right away for the same result. Unfortunately, Korea was nowhere to be found this time, and Zuke wasn't sure where he'd gone. So, he settled for gaining a meager 5% synchronization rate from Matu Zoken. Since he couldn't find Korea, he had no choice but to target the other participants. I'm back, mission accomplished. Back at the place where Rin was staying, Zuke quickly found his young master. However, he was surprised to see Rin seemed less than enthusiastic about his return and instead appeared a bit upset. What's wrong? You look like a kid who's just been sold by her parents. Who's been sold by their parents? With his remark, Rin instantly bristled, her upset expression replaced by a scowl as she glared at Zuke. At least she seemed more animated now. I told my mother about you, and I said you could help father win the Holy Grail War. Angered by Zuke's remark, Rin regained some energy but still looked unhappy as she spoke with her head lowered. But my mother refused. She told me not to tell father about this and asked you to stay home and not go out. Zuke understood. Aoi Tosaka didn't want Rin to get involved in the Holy Grail War. Aoi Tosaka, Rin's mother, came from a family of magicians, the Zenju family, though unlike the prestigious Tosekas, her family had declined, leaving only her bloodline with any value. Unlike Tokiomi, who was willing to pay any price to fulfill his ambitions, Aoi had a gentler and less rigid approach to life. She was supportive of Tokiomi's endeavors, but without his guidance, she had her own thoughts. Her hope was simply that her daughter could live peacefully. To Aoi, the Holy Grail War was brutal, and she'd moved herself and Rin to a place far from the battlefield to avoid getting caught up in it. Naturally, she didn't want Rin drawn into its murky depths. She told me to believe in father's victory, that I don't need to help. Rin pouted, clearly feeling her capabilities were being underestimated and looking defiant. What do you think, Berserker? Should I really just stay home? The Holy Grail War is indeed brutal. Zuke didn't sugarcoat things, speaking honestly to Rin. Didn't you just ask me to check on your sister? Do you want me to tell you what I saw at the Matu household? What? How could the Matu family do something like that? After hearing about the situation at the Matu household, Rin's face turned pale. She hadn't anticipated such horror. If it weren't for her concern as an older sister, sending her servant to check on Sakura, her sister would have likely been subjected to the Matu family's cruelty. The only relief was that Zuke said he had rescued Sakura and found her a temporary place to stay. However, when he mentioned that Sakura didn't want to return, Rin's expression darkened a bit. If you're unsure, wait until tomorrow and check the news. There's a good chance the Matu household's insect nest will make headlines. Zuke shrugged. Before leaving, he had called the police, so police and firefighters were probably fighting a gruesome battle with the bug monsters by now. Of course, some magicians may try to suppress this news to prevent magic from being exposed to the public. Magic, as a mysterious art, weakened with increased awareness, so magicians took great pains to keep it a secret. The Matu insects, too, were a form of magic that some might want to cover up. The Holy Grail War is like this. Even innocent children like your sister find it difficult to stay out of it. Zuke smiled at Rin. Knowing this, do you still want to take part? He looked at her, ready to find another way to participate if she decided to back out. No, I want to join. Hearing Zuke's words, a fierce resolve ignited in Rin's eyes. I am a daughter of the Tosaka family. How could I retreat? That would make me look useless. Though young, Rin's strong-willed nature was clear. I'll win the Holy Grail War and prove to father that I'm not a child anymore. My servant is even stronger than the one he summoned. Although she respected her father, now that she had chosen to participate, she wouldn't back down. Berserker. You'll win, won't you? Of course. Who do you think I am? Zuke grinned at the now determined Rin and gently patted her head. Leave it to me. To be continued. Chapter 80, Unlocking the Time Jump Function. Even though Rin Tosaka had decided to join the fight, as a child who respected her parents, she didn't want to directly defy their orders. Naturally, Rin learned to lie. She pretended to obey her mother, Aoi Tosaka, staying at home as instructed, but in reality, she had Zuke take her to the Holy Grail War battlefield to participate in the war. That said, the Holy Grail War hasn't officially started yet, so some participants probably haven't summoned their servants. Sitting cross-legged on her bed in her room, Rin looked seriously at Zuke standing beside her bed. "Berserker, do you have a plan?" "A plan?" Zuke rubbed his forehead, knowing the storyline and, naturally, the details of the current Holy Grail War participants. Tokiomi Tosaka, Rin's father, was likely residing at the Tosaka estate, ready to summon Archer Gilgamesh with the help of a relic. Kirai Kotomine, son of the overseer Risei Kotomine, was secretly colluding with Tokiomi and had already summoned Assassin as Tokiomi's apprentice. Kariya Matu, a recently defeated participant from the Matu family, would summon the real Berserker Lancelot, though he's likely homeless now. Kiritsugu Amiya, a mage slayer summoned by the Ainsburn family, was expected to summon Saber Artoria and was likely outside Fuyuki City at the moment. Waver Velvet, a student of the Clock Tower, stole his teacher's relic and would summon Rider Iskandar. Currently, he's hiding out in some unknown village. Kenneth L. Meloy, a Clock Tower teacher, was the unlucky mentor whose relic was stolen. He would summon Lancer D. Armwood, destined to be the unluckiest participant. Lastly, Ryunosuke Uryu, a serial killer who got roped into the war by chance, would summon the mentally unhinged caster, Bluebeard Gillista Rice. Zuke wanted to wrap up the Holy Grail War as quickly as possible. He didn't want the mission to drag on until the last day. For now, however, the start of the war was still some time away. Participants like Tokiomi, Kariya, Kiritsugu, and Waver probably hadn't summoned their servants. The same went for Ryunosuke, who would summon his servant the latest by sheer accident. If Zuke wanted to take out his opponents early, his only options were Kirai's assassin or Kenneth's lancer. As for taking out the masters ahead of time, that would be pointless. Killing masters before they summoned their servants wouldn't progress the Holy Grail War. Zuke wasn't there to be a murderous fiend, he was there to complete his main mission. Unnecessary killings were a waste of his energy. The challenge was that Assassin was a split-type servant, able to manifest in multiple locations, making it nearly impossible for Zuke to track them all down. In the original story, Assassin was sent en masse to Rider's domain, where he wiped them all out in a single blow with his reality marble. As for Lancer, Zuke was confident he could handle him, but Kenneth's current whereabouts were unknown. At least for now, he wasn't holed up on the rooftop of the Hyatt Hotel as he was in the original. You ask why Zuke knew this? Because he had already booked a room at the Hyatt for Sakura Matu and checked the rooftop afterward to confirm it hadn't been reserved by Kenneth. So, do you have a plan or not? Rin asked, watching Zuke think for a while in silence. She realized he probably didn't have any solid strategy, sighing in resignation. She hadn't initially expected to summon a servant when she drew the summoning circle, so she had no concrete plans for the Holy Grail War. Oh well, we still have time to come up with something. Leave it to me. I'll make sure we win this war. Rin's enthusiasm quickly rebounded. At this point, with both her parents alive, she was still just a lively child. But seeing Rin's energetic demeanor, she probably hadn't yet realized that she would inevitably clash with her father, Tokiomi, in the end. This has to be the most pointless mission exploration yet. After a long chat in Rin's room, Zuke exited the mission world. Aside from eliminating Zoken Matu and convincing Rin to fully commit to the Holy Grail War, there didn't seem to be much else he had achieved. In the Dragonball world, his progress was also quite slow. His synchronization rate had only improved by 1% so far. However, the Dragon Ball world's rewards were worthwhile. Even a 1% synchronization rate could provide him with power strong enough to dominate many other worlds. In comparison, the 5% synchronization rate from the Type Moon world only brought a mere 5% increase in the Mad Enhancement skill. Activating it would raise his combat power by 5% at the cost of a bit of his voice, a frustratingly minor gain. Feeling stuck by the slow progress in this world, Zuke was preparing to wake up. But just as he was exiting the mission world and entering the void, a system notification and screen popped up. Congratulations, player Zuke, for completing the achievement, 3 flowers atop the crown, achieving synchronization rates in 3 mission worlds. The time adjustment function has been unlocked and recorded. Huh. Suddenly, Zuke, previously dispirited from his lack of progress in the Type Moon world, was wide awake with excitement. Finally, a function that wasn't just for unlocking new mission worlds, achieving synchronization in 3 worlds had unlocked something new. Zuke's fatigue faded. It seemed that taking out Zoken Matu had paid off. While the 5% sync rate was low, it was still solid progress. And this unlocked feature. Time adjustment. Could it be what I think it is? With a thrilled expression, Zuke opened the mission world selection screen. Player Zuke, please select the mission world to enter. 1. Dragonball, time unadjusted. 2. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, main mission generating. 3. Fate/0, time unadjusted. He tried to access the Dragon Ball world's time adjustment menu, and several options popped up. Slow down time flow, current ratio 1:1. Time jump, once per day, up to 168 hours per jump. A time jump. 168 hours is 7 days, right? So this thing can skip up to 7 days at a time. Zuke felt a surge of emotion, almost to the point of tears. Finally, he could skip those tedious stretches of travel time. To be continued.